Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Cibolo Tuesday, August 11th, 2026 meeting, and I will call it to order. We have one person that is running late but should be here. And so I would ask everybody kindly to please stand for the invocation. Chaplain Montague. Is Chaplain Montague not here? Uh-oh. Heavenly Father, you have granted us the great gift of being community, and we thank you, and we look forward to your help in guiding us into the future where we create a place that is safer and inclusive and loving, and where we work towards providing a, a beautiful and harmonious city for our residents. We thank you for the people that protect us, our police officers, our EMS, and our firefighters. We thank you for all of our retired veterans and active duty veterans in our city. We thank you for all of those that serve each other by giving their helping hand, parents and Cub Scout leaders and soccer coaches. We appreciate you, and we're so grateful for you and for this council who will come before the citizens tonight to bring us together and move us forward with this budget. And we pray that we do this with grace, dignity, and professionalism in Jesus' name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now we're going to move on to 5, the presentations of awards and recognition. And Mr. Reed, I do believe you are up.
Park lift stations, the main repair on Knights Crossing, and many more. Currently, you are responsible for the upkeep of bacteriological sample stations, water tower sites, and lift stations, as well as conducting new water line, sewer line, and manhole inspections and performing dead-end flushing activities. Is there ever a boring day for you, Bryce?
No, sir. No, sir.
And is there always a curveball that we throw you at least once a week?
Once a day.
Once a day,
Once a
okay.
day.
Once a day. But it's members like you that keep the city running, and we think it's just automatic that the utilities work. So really, these are just some examples that we want to share with everybody about how you contribute. You show commitment to the professional development by completing work zone safety and flagger training, earning your Class C water distribution license and Collection 2 wastewater license, and currently working towards obtaining your commercial driver's license. In addition to your technical expertise, you play a vital role in improving and maintaining city equipment and facilities. Your efforts include repairing and modifying fleet equipment, fabricating tool storage systems for the utilities vehicles, repairing the vacuum trailer debris tank, and performing numerous welding and fabrication projects for the department. So when you started working for us, you just came with that skill set, right?
Yes, sir.
What's some welding that you've done for the city just by bringing that skill set to the city?
On Frank's backhoe,
Mhm.
they kept taking it to the shop. I couldn't figure out why the arm wouldn't come up. I figured it out, fixed it all, saved, I don't know, Frank said 10,000 just on repair costs from RDO to me. So I did it. It works.
It works.
Thank you, ma'am.
Isn't that great? We have people who bring skills to us, be it welding, plumbing, electrical. It's not in their job description, but they raise their hand and they help us be better. And here's that 10,000. Okay, I stopped before I even got it. Your ability to weld aluminum and stainless steel in-house has provided significant value and cost savings. Based on contractor quotes, you have saved the city more than $10,000 in repair expenses while improving the functionality and longevity of department assets. To honor your service, we present you with this 5-year service award. People are and always will be our greatest asset. Please know that you are an important member of our team, and your abilities and contributions will be an important part of our continued success. Thank you for everything you have done over these past 5 years of service and for your ongoing commitment to our success. We hope that this award, this recognition, will remind you of the appreciation we all have for your hard work and dedication.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Come on in. We'll do a quick picture and we'll get everybody up here. And then family, come on up.
Okay.
And friends. I didn't mean to leave friends out.
Come on.
I'm going to step out of the side. Don't forget your letter right there.
I got the back. Oh, yeah. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And now we would like to present another 5-year service award for our city manager, Mr. Reed. So I would like you to come up to the podium because we would like to all congratulate you. So I want to, all of us want to congratulate you on your 5-year anniversary with the city of Cibolo. You joined our city on July 12, 2021, as the city manager, and today we get the opportunity to recognize this milestone and the work accomplished over the past 5 years. People make up this city. It's the people that are those committed to serving their community who make local government work. And over the past 5 years, you have worked alongside the city council, staff, and our residents to move important initiatives forward while ensuring the day-to-day service of our citizens the day-to-day activities that our citizens rely on continued to be delivered. Thank you.
Over the past 5 years, you've helped establish a clear strategic direction for the organization through the City Council's first strategic program. That plan has provided a framework for setting priorities, defining goals, and measuring progress. You also modernized the city's capital improvement project program, through which the city has successfully paved, treated, and improved more than 35 miles of roadway over the last 4 years alone.
You have also invested in the people who serve our community by supporting competitive compensation, professional development, and training programs that provide employees with the tools and resources needed to perform their work safely and effectively. Those investments in your team are helping to build an organization that is increasingly equipped to serve the people of Cibolo today and into the future.
Working with the City Council, you have helped advance infrastructure improvements, strengthen regional partnerships, and maintain a focus on responsible stewardship of public resources. Major capital projects including Fire Station 3, the City Hall Annex, the City Hall remodel, the Community Center, and the Public Works expansion, representing long-term investments that will serve our community for years to come.
Our community has also experienced significant economic growth, welcoming over 134 new businesses over the past 5 years and continuing to diversify our tax base. Roadway improvements have been completed throughout the city on budget and on time. Your leadership has also been instrumental in maintaining the city's strong financial position and helping earn Cibolo's AA+ bond rating. Another significant accomplishment was the successful negotiation of the wastewater service area settlement. That agreement helped preserve Cibolo's ability to make local decisions about its future growth and essential public infrastructure.
The work of the city also has a direct impact on the everyday quality of life of our residents. You have helped secure funding to improve our city parks, modernize our road network, and support community programs, including our growing senior program.
Through clear communication and transparent community engagement, our residents responded with overwhelming voter approval for a dedicated public safety tax rate adjustment, as well as bond funding for 2 new municipal facilities. That success reflected the combined efforts of the City Council staff and community. Your role in preparing information, carrying out council direction, and ensuring the organization was prepared to implement those initiatives has helped position the city to meet the needs of a growing community.
Just as important is the work underway to prepare Cibolo for decisions ahead. Your work has helped position the city for the future through the update of our UDC, the upcoming pavement condition study, and continued evaluation of our water and wastewater infrastructure and needs. These efforts will give the City Council, staff, and our residents better information and stronger planning tools as we make decisions about growth, infrastructure, and the long-term needs of our community. We look forward to continuing that work together.
On behalf of the City Council, all of the city staff, and the residents of the city of Cibolo, thank you for your 5 years of service and your continued commitment to our community. Your leadership has helped guide this organization through a period of significant growth and change. And we especially recognize the investment you have made in leading and developing our staff and ensuring they have the support that they need, as well as our residents. As we continue working toward a community that is proud of its historic roots, responsive to our residents, and innovating for our future, we look forward to continuing this work together and building upon the foundation established over the past 5 years. Congratulations on this milestone, and thank you again.
It means a lot when it's being read too. Up front?
Here, go put it in front of me. Okay, are you sure?
Can you come on up front?
Where's Summer? I don't want to move that. Okay. I'm good. I'm right here.
We're gonna get you up here. I'd love for you to be right here.
Okay. There we go.
We want to read you your plaque that says, Wayne Reed, 5 years. Thank you for your faithful and dedicated service to the city of Cibolo. Wait. Thank you so much. Can we get a picture of Mr. Reed with his team, please? I'll take the camera. Oh, no, thank you.
Come on, Jeremy. Come on, Brad. You want me to lean down the front? Yes. Please just sit in back here. You get on up here. Come on. Okay, hold on.
I need a little bit. Jump in here. Like over, I got more room over here.
Over.
Right here.
There you go.
This is so blurry. Is it supposed to be so blurry? That is not right. Okay, now it's- It looks
Well,
like,
Jeanette's gonna look
it
one
looks
more
like
time.
when I try to read without these.
It's good?
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was very exciting. And do you have some words you would like to share with us?
My words are, one, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to have served the community for 5 years, but I always enjoy reading those letters to employees. I have to say to you, Mayor and members of council, it meant a lot hearing words of reflection and appreciation. And if that's what it feels like when I read a letter to Bryce or to Jeremy or any one of my employees, I have to tell you, it's very meaningful. So thank you for doing that tonight.
From our heart to yours. Thank you. All right. Now I will move us on to 6, citizens to be heard. This is the only time during the council meeting that a citizen can address the city council. It is the opportunity for visitors and guests to address the city council on any issue to include agenda items. All visitors wishing to speak must fill out the sign-in roster prior to the start of the meeting. City council may not deliberate any non-agenda issue, nor may any action be taken on any non-agenda issue at this time. However, City Council may present any factual responses to items brought up by citizens. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Remarks may be addressed to any individual of the council so long as the remarks are about matters of public concern and not disruptive to the meeting or threatening to the member or any attendee, including city staff. Any person violating this policy may be requested to leave the meeting, but no person may be requested to leave or be forced to leave the meeting because of the viewpoint expressed. Citizens who want to submit written comments to be read during the citizens' comment portion of the city council meeting should include their name, address, and reason why they are unable to attend the meeting at which they want their comments read. Comments must be submitted to the city secretary at citysecretary@cibolotx.gov no later than 2 p.m. prior to the city council meeting. All comments received that include the required information will be provided to the mayor and council and may be summarized or read at the meeting at the discretion of the presiding officer. This meeting is live streamed. I would like to welcome Sharice Williams. Good evening and welcome.
Okay. Good evening. Sharice Williams, 402 Cowboy Peak, Cibolo, Texas. I stand before you today as a resident of the city of Cibolo who has purchased a newly built home from History Maker in the Saddle Creek Ranch subdivision. I know that you're aware of the current drainage and structural issues being addressed in the community, so I will not belabor you with those complaints. On Thursday, August 6th, I placed a call to the Cibolo Fire Department because I smelled a strong, unfamiliar odor that was not fire but possibly electrical. Upon arrival, it was determined that the wall was indeed starting to burn due to faulty wiring. They disconnected the outlet from the wall and shut off power due to that particular loop, and I was advised to contact an electrician immediately. I submitted 2 warranty requests to History Maker and asked for an immediate callback from the builder on 8/7. I even called the emergency warranty line in sales, but was redirected back to the website. Independently, I consulted a local electrical company and requested an inspection of my electrical system installation. Here's a portion of the inspection report that reads, and I quote, "The observed concentration of damage at the neutral side is therefore significant. Based upon the visual condition of the receptacle, the damage pattern was consistent with excessive resistance and/or arcing occurring at or near the neutral termination. Additional conditions observed. Because of the severity of the damaged receptacle, additional accessible electrical devices within the residence were visually examined to determine whether the affected receptacle appeared to represent an isolated condition. During this additional observation, switches were found utilizing push-in or backstab conductor terminations rather than conductors being secured using devices' screwed terminal connections. The presence of this wiring method at additional locations was considered relevant because the original damaged receptacle exhibited existence consistent with terminating overheating," end quote. History Maker's response as of 8/10 from Vice President Casey Jones: "We have received your warranty request regarding your electrical wiring. Our records show you closed on your home on 4/24, which unfortunately the warranty on the delivery systems have expired. If there was a fire in your home, you would need to report that to your insurance company as a claim. I'm happy to provide you the information for the electrical company that wired your home if needed. Please let me know if you need that information. When is enough enough? I'm calling on our city council to demand accountability and take meaningful action to hold this builder responsible for the impact its actions have had on our homeowners and our community. I'm a first-generation college graduate who has worked 3 to 4 jobs at a time to provide for my family and build a secure future. Purchasing my home was not simply a financial transaction. It represented years of hard work, sacrifice, and the realization of a lifelong dream. Instead, my property taxes have doubled, serious concerns surrounding my home and community remain unresolved, and what was intended to be my forever home has become a forever nightmare. I respectfully ask our city council to investigate these concerns, determine how this development was approved, and use every available authority to ensure the responsible parties are held accountable and affected homeowners are protected. Thank you for your time and consideration."
Daniel Jamison. Good evening and welcome.
Madam Mayor, Council, on behalf of the Cibolo Valley VFW, Veterans of Foreign Wars, I'm here to talk about food. Who does not like food? I guess everybody likes food. How about who likes to cook? Good, we got a job for you. This Saturday from 8 to 11, for a $12 donation, you can get eggs to order, hash browns, bacon, sausage, coffee, all you can drink, orange juice, water, fruit cocktail, waffles, biscuits and gravy, toast. Take that menu to Denny's or IHOP. See if you don't pay $25 a person for an all-you-can-eat. You can't even get that at Golden Corral. Police chief, take and have your officers come by in uniform Saturday morning. We'll take care of them. Fire chief, you've got 2 fire stations. Alternate them. Send them over to our way. If you want to know where we're located, right here on 78 where the M60A1 tank is at, the 109 Howitzer's at. You can't beat the price. You can't get a better meal. And it's your fellow veterans here in the community that are going to be serving you guys a breakfast that you cannot pass up. So please come out from 8 to 11, support your fellow veterans in the community, and enjoy a meal on us for less than $12. We thank you.
Thank you. Miss Maggie Titterlington.
Good evening, Council. Next Tuesday is our State of the Military Luncheon, and we are very pleased to welcome the new commander of the 12th Flying Training Wing, Colonel Long, to be speaking about any updates that are coming up on the base, as well as updates on the T-7s and the future air shows. Also, we'll have a small presentation after him from Danny Zimmerman, who is an engineer, and he will be talking about data centers. Just very briefly and in general, not specifically any one certain data center, but just to kind of answer some questions about a lot of things that are flying around about them. And that'll be next Tuesday. Deadline is tonight at midnight, though, to register. Also, next month will be our State of Education, where we'll be presenting the Chamber Bowl proceeds that we're going to be raising. I'm so excited. A week from Friday, our goal is $15,000 that we want to split between the two schools. I feel it. It's going to happen. But we've got 2 DECA teams, one from Steele, one from Clemens. We've got the trustees. We've got the superintendent. We have the Cibolo team, the Selma and the Schertz team, county teams. So a lot of the businesses in the area are also coming out to support this. We are sold out, which that's never happened before. So we're very excited about that. And that's on the 21st. I wanted to give a quick shout out to Clancy. Clancy has been helping me with advocacy concerning Elite Mart. TxDOT, we found out, and Clancy's really been digging in there, that they're going to be setting up some type of raised concrete median where they were not aware it was going to be there. So that means all traffic on the opposite side of the road coming from 35 will have to go all the way through the subdivision to get it. And anyways, trying to see what can be done about that, because Sean's been through a lot with TxDOT and with all this building on 1103. So just a shout out to Clancy for continuing to help us on this advocacy. And also, I did notice on 10B, the agenda item, that you will be discussing about the vape shops, possible ordinances just in general. And I know Dr. Enriquez with Cibolo Dental, the mayor in particular, thank you so much for the meetings that we've had and trying to work through her situations. I know it's a very hard situation because we want to promote good business, and yet we should be able to do business without affecting other businesses. So I am eager to hear what you all are going to discuss on that, and just thank you all so much for being so proactive from EDC to the council and helping your businesses, because they tell me they're just so appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for working with Clancy on that. Reese Kelly. Good evening. And welcome.
Good evening, City Council. My name's Reese Kelly from Relentless Soccer Club. We partner with you and we lease the MEC just next door here. So the reason I'm coming in today is that we have got a lease agreement with you guys for, I think, 3 years left. And last year you granted us first right of refusal on 1 weekend a month to host our games here. So I'm just coming in today to just ask that you guys consider us to be able to do more than just have first right refusal on just one of the weekends. We need more, really. And the reason behind that is because we are trying to schedule our games coming up, and we're just trying to get everything in place now. So we'd like that to be looked at, if that's okay. So, yeah.
Thank you. Have you brought this issue to our Parks and Rec board?
Yeah, so I've been working with all the ladies at Parks and Rec, and I've also been working with Valerie as well for the last 3 or 4 years. The ladies at Parks and Rec are really kind of struggling with this because we've been here a long time and we want to be able to, we train here, but we want to be able to play our games here. But anybody can come in. We're waiting on scheduling for our leagues right now, but once we need to be able to schedule games as well, but it's kind of anyone can come in and take it from under us, and yeah, we're just trying to get it figured out. So they've asked me to come here today to kind of present this to you guys and see if you can have a look at it for us. That's okay.
Well, thank you.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
Ms. Charity Rodriguez. Good evening. Good evening. And welcome.
I don't have a boot. So my name is Charity Rodriguez. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I actually wasn't going to say anything about the soccer field, but I'm going to just type it in right now because I have a resident of my community that brought it to my attention that they've been trying to actually use those fields in November, and they're trying to reserve it, and they're struggling being able to reserve it in November. And so I just wanted to bring it to your attention. I don't know where that's going to go, but I do feel like if it's for the community, it should be for the community at large. But that's all I'm going to say about it. I do want to bring up the drainage. I know somebody didn't want to belabor you with it, but I do. I have gone out with Frank from drainage. I went out with Monica. I've met with the community. Kara came, Mr. Reed came, and quite a few others. And we were able to talk about it with the community because the new section is having challenges. I'm trying to get a handle on what we're supposed to do, but I'm just going to read what I put together. Saddle Creek Ranch residents are concerned that multiple developments are coming into our pond, what we call our bowl now. We not only, there was some drone footage that was shown, and it showed that it wasn't just from Grace Valley, it also was coming from Cibolo Heights, it was coming from Cibolo Farms, and then across the way, that other development on 1103 also dips into ours. That's causing the 1103 issue. So it's not only getting just our drainage, but others. And then when I talked to Frank in drainage, he also said that those developments, part of the ETJ, all their silt and dirt is coming into our development, making it harder for us to maintain that drainage. They continue to discharge stormwater into a FEMA-regulated Lomar floodplain that ultimately affects our neighborhood. During major rain events, floodwaters are overtopping 1103, creating significant public safety concerns. Section 19.9 of the UDC states that development should not increase flood-related risks to persons or property, and that the city should ensure safe access for ordinary and emergency vehicles during flooding events. Despite these standards, additional development is being approved, including a townhome project off Coy Lane. While hundreds of existing homes continue to rely on a single access route from Coy Lane to 1103, we respectfully request the city provide drainage studies, floodplain analysis, roadway overtopping evaluations, and emergency access assessments supporting these approvals. I would also like to request that the townhome, it's only been leveled at this point, but I would really love it if we wouldn't add more people to the Coy Lane situation. Between the flooding and then there being an accident the other day, these people have no way out, they have no way in, and that is not safe. And I don't understand how we can allow other people to be brought into that community in that one particular road. So I would like to understand how to proceed there, where that is. So I will be sending an email tomorrow requesting the things that I've asked for specifically, but also I want to know where that development is, because I would definitely like to be a part of coming here and speaking on it, because I just don't understand how I've got homeowners with me today that are affected completely by that drainage. And I know I'm over time, but I've come here before and I've requested support, and this area is unsafe. And I know that we may have had excessive rain, but I definitely feel that we can't add more homes. We can't add more people to this safety issue. So I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
And Charity, I'll let you know that on the mayor's follow-up, we're going to speak about that meeting, what we looked at, some of the pathways that Mr. Reed is going to be pursuing for the TxDOT issue or the overtopping at Saddle Creek, the original entrance. Also, the more holistic approach to the FEMA Lomar that is flooding into your area from from multiple upstream organizations or developments. So don't leave until after that, because we are going to have a little chat about that.
Okay, and then when I talked to Frank, they did talk about clearing out that silt because that is not our issue.
We have that.
So I know but that's a great, we appreciate that. That's
Yes.
wonderful.
Yeah.
But Courtney's going to talk about the other stuff.
Thank you. Thank you. And now Courtney Rainey? Kempe. Kempe. I thought it was Kempe, but then tell me that's not an R.
No, I have a K too. I read it like that. Hi, I'm Courtney
Good
Kempe.
evening and welcome.
I'm also from Saddle Creek Ranch, and I wanted to talk. I know Charity has talked about the drainage problems. I also want to just bring up the point that everybody in Saddle Creek Ranch and all of these neighborhoods that pour into us are paying the city's drainage fee, and it is not being used to help us in any way. We've been coming here for years asking for help. Some of you have been hearing from me for years, and some of you are new, and I hope maybe we can get some help because it's getting worse. And one problem we have, I know a couple of you came to a meeting with me and the developer when we were doing plotting for the new section. And we brought up that there are drainage ways that we do not have access to maintain. The city is saying, too bad, you must maintain them. Frank said you must drive through these residents' front yards, even though they have landscaping they've added. These are their new homes, just like Sharice, this is their dream home. They have tried to afford this home. They get this beautiful new home, and now the HOA is going to drive a skid steer every month in order to maintain a drainage way. You guys that approved the plot knew we had no access. The city engineer knew we had no access. And even though a couple of you, Randy was awesome, didn't approve it, Norma, I think you did not approve it, everybody else approved us to have this drainage way that we have no access to maintain. And now I've got 7 residents who are going to drive through their front yards once a month, and they're going to have to remove their landscaping or we're going to have to destroy it. So I'm going to ask you as council or the city engineer or whoever wants to do it, that I not be the one that has to hear from these residents how their property is destroyed and they're angry. I think they should have to hear it from the city that you guys are requiring this to happen, that their plot was approved this way, the engineer said it should be this way, and this is how it is. Because they're going to be angry at me and Charity, and they deserve to be angry. I would be angry too. There's 7 of them currently living in the homes, and then there's 2 more the homes haven't sold. I think Beezer Homes should have to tell those residents that that will be happening in their front yard, and they do not. They will not. They refuse to do it. So I would like your guys' help to force them so I don't have an angry, we could have a homeowner that knows what they're getting into and is okay with it. So, and I also would like to say, if you guys want to take over any of our drainage areas, we have some great spots that would make a skate park. So thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. And Courtney, just know that what you're saying, many of us on the dais know to be true and utterly ridiculous.
Thank you.
And we are working with staff, and we will also be addressing that, and hopefully we will have some path forward shortly.
Thank you so
But
much.
thank you. Timothy Sparks, good evening and welcome.
Hello, it's nice to meet you all. I'm here today because I recently heard there were plans to build a data center here. And as someone who's been a resident of Cibolo practically my entire life, this was really disappointing and really angering to me because I don't know a single person who actually wants that. I've seen, online several communities who have been damaged by data centers, the environmental impacts. I've seen, people who can't even drink the water coming out of their own faucet because it's so dirty and it's so polluted by the data centers. And I've seen videos of the noise pollution caused by these data centers. And it seems to me that they are growing increasingly unpopular across several demographics of people. I know people young and old, all over the political spectrum who, in an age where no one can agree on anything, like the only thing people seem to agree on is that they don't like data centers. So I was really frustrated to hear that, there are plans for a data center in Cibolo. So I'm asking you guys to please, do everything in your power to prevent the building of such a data center in our community, because as far as I know, nobody wants this. And yeah, I think that's all. So thank you guys.
Thank you. I do want to let you know that Monday, this upcoming Monday, we will have a data center town hall at the Steele High School auditorium. It will be from 6:30 to 8:45, and immediately following that, we will convene a special council meeting to discuss specific regulations to regulate data centers that come into, or data center type uses that may be coming into the city. So there is something that we can do about it here in the city of Cibolo. And so I would invite and encourage you to attend that, and we will take public comment and public input. So if you would like to look up any regulations you think that should be brought before the legislative body, that would be great, and deeply appreciated by all of us. So thank you for coming and speaking today.
Okay. Thank you. I'll be there.
Moving on to 7, consent agenda, consent items. All items listed below are considered to be routine and non-controversial by the council and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member so requests, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered as part of the order of business. 7A, approval of the minutes from the July 28th, 2026 council meeting. 7B, approval of the minutes from the July 21st, 2026 budget planning workshop. 7C, approval of the minutes from the July 30th, 2026 budget planning workshop. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
And a second? I have a second by Mr. Councilman Roberts. What happened? Mr. McLaughlin. Consent agenda. Roll call?
Aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Moving on to the mayor's follow-up. 8A, discussion on the stormwater erosion control concerns at Saddle Creek Ranch. Mr. Reed, did you put the videos in the loop?
In the folder,
Is it in the folder?
what I can do is I can get that to Tracy right now, Mayor.
So,
I do have the videos, though.
what day was that? Last Thursday? Whatever day, last week. We went and met with the homeowners at Saddle Creek Ranch. Many of their concerns were to address the issues of foundation, construction quality, fences, all kinds of things. They are forming together as the HOA, as a community, trying to get as much support as they can within their community to address those issues. But one of the reasons why I was specifically there was because in Saddle Creek Ranch, there is a CLOMAR, a conditional letter of map revision, which narrows the channel and does appear to be having debris from additional development outside of Saddle Creek Ranch flowing into it. Mr. Reed did take pictures. Is that what you're looking for, the video, Mr. Reed?
I have 2 videos that I shared with the engineer for Cibolo Farms, and I was going to send that to Tracy so we could show those.
Yes.
So it's not all the photos that we did,
It's
but I can
okay. You're going to
verbally-
go ahead and send the videos though, right? So
Yes.
we can look at them. The reason I want you to look at them is Courtney, one of our residents, and Charity both came before us and talked about this channelway and the access across homeowners' land. And I want to demonstrate to the public and to all of council what they are, which most council is aware of, I know, what they are specifically speaking about, because this appears to have been approved through our engineering of this situation. And so we have got to come up with a solution that makes sense. Do you have it ready?
Tracy's about to pull them up. While we're waiting for him to pull that up, the picture and the videos that I have, do you want me just to give some
Yes,
updates from that?
Yes, sir.
Let me start with a simple one, and that is, it was brought to our attention that there was an abandoned vehicle, and on one of the lots in Cibolo Farms, there's an old water tank truck. And when I looked at that lot, there was significant debris. And so code enforcement did look into this. And this was a week ago. So our code enforcement manager said the water truck is scheduled to be removed on Thursday. That would have been last week. A 10-day legal notice was issued to the developer to have the debris removed. So that was something that was straightforward that we knew we could address when it was brought to our attention. And I'll seek an update on that here tonight to make sure that the truck did get removed, unless Charity or somebody here knows that it was removed. Good, thank you. Also, we heard from a resident about the GV Sud lift station located immediately behind Saddle Creek Ranches. The concern was there was an evening where there's a loud clanking noise over and over again, like an alarm happening. So I reached out to the general manager of GV Sud, explained the situation. He was unaware of it, but what he did is he went out with staff and they observed the lift station operating, and there was something malfunctioning. He told me that he did fix that, have the staff fix it, and so there should not be loud clanking noises. And I see a thumbs up. And I'm going to make sure that I provide the resident Phil Gage's line so that she can reach him if there's ever an issue there again. He was wanting me to offer that to her.
Well, and one other additional comment on that, to that end, when they called dispatch on the 911 dispatch, they were confused as to how to explain what was happening. And so we need to maybe address like alarms or something for the dispatch. I know that isn't our officers, but it may be a component of dispatch. So just so long as we touch base with dispatch as well. Thank you.
Hey, Mayor, real quickly, if you spoke with anybody, did they report that it was a noise complaint to dispatch? Well, I guess what was the confusion?
I think they weren't sure that it was in the city. They weren't sure what the noise was. And so I think we should have, I don't know if, you know how people don't want to waste the police time. They weren't sure if it was something that was dangerous or not. So maybe dispatch could have the number that Mr. Reed is providing to the resident for GVSUD for those lift stations in case they do get a lift station alarm call, that maybe dispatch, or they could give the people the number or some way communicate to the resident that's having an alarm going off in the middle of the night what we could actually do to fix it, right? Because the police officer's not going to be able to go in there and shut that alarm off.
No, and I appreciate that, but certainly if they, when we'll work with Mr. Reed, can at least report it to us, we can at least go out and investigate, right, and take a look at it.
Or at least provide the number for the, like.
Absolutely.
Somebody how to make it stop.
We'll get that number to dispatch.
Thank
Okay.
you. All right, Mr. Reed.
And then some of the more concerning items, a gentleman whose home is along the drainage channel showed you, Mayor, and me significant erosion control. So I sent the documentation, photos, and the explanation to the project engineer so that they could let Lennar know that this erosion is coming from the Cibolo Farms development. And we expect that the developer, in making their permanent improvements, recognizes it's a very small cost, if any, cost to them to fix that problem when they're making their other drainage improvements. Also, shared the photographs and the video, which will be coming up on the screen. That significant sediment has conveyed downstream from the Cibolo Farms development into the drainage way in Saddle Creek Ranch. The engineer responded, having seen those videos, that they've informed Lennar that that will have to be cleaned out by them, that that's their responsibility, and that they'll reinstall their BMP, so best management practices to control erosion. And I emailed again tonight back to that engineer if there's an update from Lennar as to their plan and a timeline for their actions. So those are some of the updates, Mayor. We also went over to the first phase or so of Saddle Creek Ranch and talked to the residents, two residents who had been at the meeting, and they were back at their home. And there's a concern about drainage going to 1103. I took a picture of you on the 2 round culverts, sent that to Jeb Smith at TxDOT and said, Jeb, is this permanent or temporary? Long story short, they're temporary. And so what will be installed by TxDOT there will be a large box culvert, which looks like the downstream side. So TxDOT, the contractor for 1103, will be upgrading that culvert. But that was put in for this temporary period of time to prevent what was happening earlier this year with those significant rains, or to manage those types of rains in the interim period.
Right, and I agree with you, and we do need to correct that, but some of the issue is the additional drainage that is coming down that pathway that did not come down that pathway before, that's overtopping the curb and entering this individual's driveway along right where we are having overtopping on 1103, which could potentially be from the fact that the culverts are not set at the correct level, or the permanent culverts, but also could be from additional, and probably is realistically from additional runoff coming down that street that never did before from the additions of the ETGA developments. And so to protect that Cibolo citizen, we need to deeply look into where is all of that water coming from. All right, thank you. Do you have the video? Yes. One quick question before the video, Mr. Reed.
You mentioned that Lennar had responded with a timeline.
They had not responded.
They have not, okay.
So tonight, when I was gleaning all those emails so I could verbally give you an update, I sent an email back to the 2 engineers saying, has Lennar provided you? Because he responded a week ago.
Could you please let council know when they do respond so we can stay on top of this as well?
Yes, what I'd like to do is pull all these emails that I'm referring to into an email to council so that it's all in one email.
Well, and we
But
also,
yes, I will do that, Mrs. Roberts.
In addition to that, I also want all of the stamps in, when we go to the regional board, we need to pull all of that together.
Which we have pulled them all
And also
together.
inform council.
Yes, ma'am. All right, so this is me standing in Saddle Creek Ranch, looking towards Cibolo Farms, looking east. What's in front of you right now, all that sediment is in a drainage channel in Saddle Creek Ranch. And it's evident, without a doubt, that sediment is coming from Cibolo Farms in the background. So let me press play. Mary, I'm sending this video to you because this is the drainage channel in Saddle Creek Ranch that is downstream from the most current phase of development in Cibolo Farms. You can see that back here. It is obvious that with recent rains, sediment is through the stormwater runoff coming down into the Saddle Creek Ranch drainage channel. Let me close that and go back to the previous screen.
Will this one show the lack of access, do you think?
Yes, ma'am.
Mary, this is off of Cowboy Peak. This is the downside of the same drainage way that connects to the new phase of Cibolo Farms that is under construction. And look at all the sediment that's coming from Cibolo Farms, and in this drainage channel, you can see the buildup.
So it didn't show the access issue, but one of the issues for that much silt coming down into our drainage channels, which have been secured and handled, is that it will fill up the capacitance of what the drainage channel can carry because it loses a foot of depth and then it gets a foot wider. So water is merciless in that way, and it is a big concern, and so we just want the residents of Saddle Creek Ranch to recognize that. I'm sorry that we did not have the pictures. I will ask Mr. Reed to email them to council. I don't know where the pictures are that show the lack of access into that drainage ditch that he filmed for the HOA to even be able to get down there to mow. So it's literally, they would have to like mow over people's beds. So we are following up on it, Charity. We will, and Courtney, Mr. Reed and I will be getting back to you on the solution-driven ways of doing things. So, and we will get back to you shortly. And we want to thank the Saddle Creek Ranch residents for being patient and communicating their issues clearly and making sure that we have an understanding of what their needs are. So thank you for that. Go, be quick, please.
When we're given drainage ditches like this, it would be helpful if we actually, in the HOA class or whatever that we're doing, that we
Okay.
actually learn how to do it.
So Ms. Rodriguez is asking that when they are shown HOA, when they are given HOA floodplain, it would be helpful if in the HOA class, how that was handled is covered.
Say one more time.
How, when they are given over drainage easements, or when things like this happen, how to handle it, how the HOA should handle it. Is that correct?
How we're supposed to maintain it.
How we are supposed, okay.
Low on one of the drainage areas and we didn't know.
Exactly. How are you supposed to know that? So they would like that to be part of the HOA knowledge workshop. Okay? All right. You got that? Okay. Okay. Councilwoman Cunningham is aware. Thank you. 8B, Union Pacific Sidewalk across the railroad track on Main Street. Mr. Reed, I made the commitment to keep this on my agenda until we get a sidewalk over Main Street because you have to make it make sense. We have Old Town Improvement Plan. We don't even have a sidewalk over our railroad tracks. Have you heard anything?
Yes, on the sidewalk across the UPRR Railroad. UPRR provided a response in July. The consultant is working on the variance and final design concept to be submitted to UPRR. And upon submittal, it'll take 6 to 9 weeks for approval. So that's the update I have tonight.
So we're in the 6 to 9 weeks then.
I'm letting Mr. Al-Haddad respond.
We have not started the 6 to 9 week window. The consultant still working on the application or on the variance. When that application is submitted, it will take 6 to 9 weeks for review.
Okay, and you'll keep us abreast of when the application is actually submitted. How long are you thinking it will take before the application is ready to be submitted?
In the next 2 weeks.
Could you come up here?
Yes, you may, and thank you.
Good evening, everybody. So the consultant just texted me, and he will be submitting that application by the end of the week. He got positive feedback from Union Pacific, and we think that it would hopefully won't take more than 9 weeks, but more than likely will be a little bit less because they are fully aware of what we're trying to do and are in support of that.
That is very exciting, and if you all could just share with all of council when that application has been submitted, we can set our clocks.
Absolutely, I will do that as soon as I get word from the consultant this week and let you know.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Margarita.
9A, 9 staff updates. 9A, our capital improvement updates. Mr. Reed.
Mayor, on my list, I have Cibolo Summer Nights first, and so what I'd like is to allow Margarita to come up here and give council an update of how the last Cibolo Summer Night event called Splash Bash, which was last Friday, went.
Good evening, Council, again. I'm super excited to let you know that the closure of Cibolo Summer Nights last Friday was a success. We had over 1,000 participants, and I saw some of you out there. Mayor, Councilman McLaughlin, thank you for coming out. We had a nice support volunteer from Mr. McLaughlin. His daughter came out and helped us. We had Grace Community Church that sponsored and worked with us very closely for that event. They brought some games and brought an ice cream truck. They gave out 300 free ice creams for the participants. So it was a really highlight of the summer. We had about 30 volunteers from the community church, from Grace Community Church out there. We had about 18 vendors, 3 food trucks. So it was really lively, and we had such a good time. We all ended up all wet. The Parks Commission went out there and they were volunteering. We had approximately almost fully staffed out there. Mark, Sherry, who are here, thank you very much for your support. It went really, really well. And again, I can't thank enough my staff. They had over a 14-hour shift that day because they started their shift at 6:30 and it was past at 10:30 before they went home. Thank you, Russell, for everything you're doing for the parks as you're stepping in as an interim superintendent. Again, it was a very good success. So we will look forward to starting this next year. But our next big major event is our Cibolo Fest plus the Christmas event.
Do you know if the cute little puppy got adopted? The little puppy that they had out there, do you know if it got adopted?
Oh, I don't. I
It was
almost
so
took him
cute.
home.
Yeah.
I would have been sent back to work.
And then, Mayor, moving on to some of our capital improvement projects. On the community center renovations phase 2, I just spoke with Margarita, and we continue to work with our architect to evaluate options to reduce anticipated costs. Some of those are turning some offices into cubicles versus individual offices. But what I just heard is that we'll have an update from our consultant that we'll share with council when that comes in. So we are working on that. Animal Services Facility, this is the new one, approved by our voters to move forward. Our construction documents are 100% complete. The city will have that review, the building inspection review, done this month, and then the permit bid set revisions will be uploaded later this month, and we'll be putting that out to bid in the next 30, 45 days. I'm looking over at Mr. Huggins. He's nodding his head yes. And then Fire Station 4, those plan sets are complete, and the bidding is scheduled for next month. That's September. So that one is on schedule to go out for bidding as well. And then FM 1103 utility relocation. The contract has been executed. City Council approved that contract on the July 14th meeting. The coordination is ongoing with TxDOT before those utilities are relocated. Then Tolly Road design. We are working with Land Engineering, our design engineers, for a change order for the feasibility analysis that City Council directed us to proceed on phasing the project on July 28th. So we'll be bringing that back to Council soon. Staff travel, no upcoming out-of-state travel at this time. Recruitment for Public Works Director, we do have interviews scheduled for later this month, so more to come late this month. And then Data Center Town Hall, as has already been mentioned, this town hall will be held at the Steele High School in the auditorium this coming Monday, August 17th, starting at 6:30 p.m. I think it's also important to note that following the town hall, which will end at 8:45, the City Council will convene immediately into a special meeting in that same space, starting at 9 p.m. Both of those have been advertised to the public. That's all for tonight, Mayor, and I'll send this in an email.
I just want to comment one thing about the data center town hall to let council know that we worked with Mr. Reed and his staff to consolidate I know that you were sent an email from Aaron Spencer on July 29th, I believe, that kind of was a big amount of lots of combined information. I asked them to simplify that information into just the things that were going to go into the UDC that were new, so that when you were looking at those things, they were much more simplified. And also to write while we would look at noise, but we would also maybe look at vibration attenuation. And so those things would also be something that would be off to the side. We wouldn't be passing any law that evening. So you should be getting this agenda with that information for you to go out to your public, folks that might not be able to make it, and definitely get your input or any regulations or rules that you may see or want to have discussion for Cibolo to give direction to expand that. And then we would move to a joint meeting after that.
And
Okay.
Mayor, just so
Yes.
council's aware, the agenda and packet for that special meeting this coming Monday will be posted this evening.
All right, any further questions? All right, moving on to 10A.
Or Mayor,
Yeah,
you have 9B, quarterly report on See-Click Fix, then Police Department,
apologies.
and then the July 2026 Economic Development Report.
Oh. 9B, quarterly report on the use of See-Click Fix. Good evening and welcome, Mr. Beekman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this report is for the months of April, May, and June. Are there any questions on anything in it? All right, thank y'all very much.
I just had a question. So
One
there
with
were
Tracy.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
Tracy. I was a little too slow. The tickets closed. Was there a sweep to close out all the really old tickets that were still sitting open?
They did go through and close out a bunch of them. I don't know why, but some of them just weren't getting closed for some reason, but they did go through and did close a bunch of tickets that were sitting there that
Okay.
were completed. They just never got closed.
Okay.
I think what I would ask is that you provide Councilwoman Cunningham the date, the end date, or when you closed it, the number what is the oldest one you have out, and how many you have closed past that date?
Yep, I'll get with Public Works was the one that closed all of theirs. I'll get with them to see which ones that they did close. So.
No, it's very hard to hear.
I could not understand that. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It was most of them were Public Works tickets that were outstanding. So I will get with them and see if we can get that information. So,
Yeah, and if it's possible, and I don't know this to be true, but just knowing how my own email gets behind, I'm wondering if because Public Works, when you submit a ticket that's for a Public Works type thing, it automatically puts up a message that says we've received it, blah, blah, blah. I'm wondering if they're not receiving some of those because it's being automatically marked as red on their end. I don't know the system, but that may be something to check because it does seem like if there's a pothole or a sidewalk issue or something like that, the first message is real quick.
Mhm.
And then after that, there's not a lot of follow-up. And those were the ones that last time we talked about this that I had mentioned being open for a long time. It was those because there was an initial message, but nothing after that.
So with these new tickets that you're looking at now, all of those are actually flowing into the cardiograph system, the asset management and work order management system. Any of the communication that they are putting into those tickets should flow back.
Okay.
We'll double check that and make sure maybe we do a test on
Okay.
one of them. But it's supposed to be a two-way communication.
Perfect.
And we'll check that and make sure it's working correctly.
Thank you.
And
And could
Mrs.
you-
Cunningham and Mayor, I was talking with Tracy. I'd like him just to send an update to the entire council about what Mrs. Cunningham was asking, so all of you have that. We'll look at what's the oldest open ticket. We'll highlight that by area, and that what's the number of open tickets that have been reduced because of that work to close out old tickets.
Thank you. 9C, any questions? Is the police department? Any questions? Okay. All right, then moving on to 9D, July 2026 Economic Development Report. Any questions? No questions? Okay. Now can I move on to 10? Ordinances, 10A. Approval, disapproval of an ordinance authorizing the issuance of the city's Certificate of Obligation Series 2026 in an amount not to exceed 4.5 million, providing for the payment thereof by the levy of an ad valorem tax and a lien on the pledge of pledged revenues and other matters in connection therewithin.
Thank you, Mayor.
Miss-
This is the
Good evening, Anna.
2026 series certificates of obligation that had been delayed until August 11th. Victor Quiroga with Specialized Public Finance is here today to give you the results of the bonds today.
Good evening and welcome,
Thank you,
Mr.
Honorable.
Victor.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Mayor, members of council, Mr. Reed, thank you for having me here this evening. For the record, my name is Victor Quiroga with Specialized Public Finance, and we have the honor of representing the city as your financial advisor. And we're happy to be here tonight, not only because we get to see you, but also get to relay positive news and great news regarding your bond sale today for the certificates of obligation. We prepared a very brief. Thank you. We prepared a very brief presentation for you to provide you the results of that successful bond sale that occurred today. And so this brief presentation is broken up into three sections. First, we'll walk you through the bid tabulation and review the bids that we received this morning. Also talk about the sale results based off of the winning bid for the certificates of obligation. And then finally, we'll talk about the next steps to get to closing where the city receives the money on September 9th. So today when we opened the bids at 10 a.m. this morning, we use a secure online system called iPrio. And we opened the bids, and Ms. Miranda also witnessed the opening of those bids. We received 8 bids from various investment banks throughout the country. The bids, all of them came in lower than what we were budgeting and estimating. We were initially estimating about 4.17% for this 20-year financing. The winning bid came in from BOK, which is based out of Dallas, and they came in at a winning interest rate of 3.72%. This is a locked-in fixed rate for a 20-year period. It's never going to change unless you decide to refinance it or pay it down in the future. But you could see here the last place bid was here in San Antonio from SWBC. That came in at 3.98. But all of these were very competitive. We're very happy with it. A lot of it was nothing magical that I did. It's just the fact that the city is extremely well run and well managed. You have a very high credit rating, AA+, and that was affirmed by Standard & Poor's. And you have a stable outlook, meaning that things are looking good. That is a very unique credit rating. The best rating you could get is just one notch above it, and that's AAA rating. So again, that makes our jobs easier whenever you ask us to issue bonds on your behalf in getting you the best interest rate and finding multiple investors. So congratulations on that and maintaining your excellent credit rating.
That's a whole percentage point lower than your anticipated percentage.
That's about, I can't do math in my head, about 47 basis points. So we were initially projecting about 4.17. So yeah, so it was, yeah, well, maybe I did mean that. I don't know. If it makes me look better, maybe it's a 4.7. No, but it was a 4.17. So, but you know, that's a great point, Mayor, because even though 4.17 doesn't seem all that different from a 3.72, when you look at it based off $4.5 million over 20 years, all that interest adds up. So just the difference between the budget rate of 4.17 to 3.72, that's an estimated interest cost savings to your taxpayers of about $383,000. So all those small basis points do add up, and it's very important that we keep a high credit rating so we could get low interest rates on your financing to support your taxpayers with these projects. Thank you for bringing that up.
I guess it was wishful hearing.
Yes, it's still good news, though. When we close on this transaction, the city will receive $4.5 million into your project fund. Again, this is all done over a competitive sale method. We're recommending that you approve the sale and award these certificates of obligations to BOK, the winning bidder. Again, this is a 20-year repayment term. The final maturity or final payment will be 2046. Based off of your action today, we will set up that closing for September 9th. The first bond payment will be in your next fiscal year, so we have time to budget for it as you go through your budgeting process. This is just the timeline. We did start this process back in April 28th. The last time you saw me, we were talking about a plan to move forward. Now we're August 11th. We locked in the interest rate. The next action for the council to consider is approving the ordinance that's associated with this sale and these results, and then that'll set up closing for September 9th. And this is all outlined here. All the information that I relayed to you, the winning interest rate and the various terms from the award today or the sale today, it's already been reflected and revised in your ordinance that you're considering by the city's bond attorney, McCall, Parkes, and Horton. If you approve it, then they'll take all those documents to the Texas Attorney General's office for their final approval per state law. And we don't anticipate any obstacles to get to that point, and then they'll set up a successful closing on September 9th. So today would be the final action required by the city for this financing. The closing is conducted by electronic wire transfer on September 9th. And also, if you really like numbers, and we have the pro forma here at the very last page of the appendix, just to demonstrate that we are able to maintain the INS tax rate. We did see a little bit of a dip in your property values this year, and that's why we decided to delay this, just to get a better handle on it. But we were able to structure this transaction so that the INS tax rate stays level. I'll be happy to answer any questions, but as the city's financial advisor, we recommend that you approve the ordinance and award the COs to BOK. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Anybody have any questions?
I do. Ms. Anna, on that particular, can you show that last slide again? The last one that we had looked at and reviewed as far as the INS, the future INS. Why did it go down to the, not that I mind, the 0.1796 when it had shown 0.20 before, whenever the 2024 bonds kick in? So is this just not including that at this time?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. The bonds that we will sell for the animal services facility and the public safety facility will be early in calendar year 27, and it's not reflected in here yet.
Okay.
Any further questions? Do I have a motion?
Move to approve the city's ordinance authorizing certificates of obligation.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Mayor, if I can just also explain my nay vote in this particular instance.
Let me just say the motion passes 6-1.
It does pass, absolutely. Yes, I just wanted to explain because we didn't have an opportunity to discuss. Now, I just wanted to relay to the public that my vote wasn't no for the COO. Obviously, we've had certificate of obligations in the past that involved a lot of road projects. This particular COO, for me personally, had repairs included in it that didn't have any substantial evidence of the longevity and guarantee. And I just felt that whenever you repair something, there's no guarantee if it will last 20 years according to the debt. So, and there were other things we were to take into consideration, equipment, maybe we could pay that beforehand, but the conversation never moved forward. So therefore, I'm not against the projects themselves. I'm just very leery of accumulating the debt on short-lived assets. I just said 3.72% on 20-year, even though we do front load, still the interest accumulated on that is $1.963 million. And that's just something to consider and to look at.
Thank you. And it is true. Debt costs.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Discussion, direction, 10B, discussion, direction on the council ordinance subcommittee's recommendation on an ordinance to regulate smoke, vape, and CBD shops. Mr. Huggins and Chief Andreas, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight we're discussing the proposed draft ordinance related to the vape shops and the proliferation of those vape shops within the city of Cibolo. City Council Ordinance Subcommittee has been considering an ordinance to regulate vape shops within the city of Cibolo for several months now. The proposed regulatory framework they have that was provided to you to review this evening centers around buffering from other vape shops and certain land uses such as schools, churches, daycare centers, medical facilities, etc., and distance restrictions to prevent a concentration of vape shops in a certain area. The Ordinance Subcommittee members considered several similar regulations in other jurisdictions that have addressed these types of businesses in relation to land use, health and safety concerns, and enforcement. And Chief Andres has spoken directly to some other entities within the state of Texas that have regulated vape shops within their communities. After careful consideration, the Ordinance Subcommittee agreed upon the proposed ordinance for consideration by the entire City Council. The proposed ordinance would require an amendment to the Unified Development Code, the UDC of the City of Cibolo, to establish policy and regulatory standards for smoke, vape, and CBD shops. As such, any amendment by the ordinance would need to comply with public hearing process at future planning and zoning meetings, as well as future City Council meetings. City staff is seeking council's direction on the proposed ordinance at this time. The next step is to go before the Planning and Zoning Commission to amend the UDC. The ordinance would return to City Council for public hearing and action to consider adoption following P&Z's recommendation. So tonight we're asking you to have, if you've had the opportunity to look at the proposed ordinance, provide any feedback that you may have about this ordinance before we take this to the P&Z for further consideration and bring it back to you for final passage. Now, what we have done is taken the ordinance as written, and I had GIS produce a buffer map, which is up on the screen tonight, and I provided y'all copies before this. Actually sent you an email and then provided a hard copy tonight. So if you look at the map itself, the different colored areas show places that would be prohibited from having a vape shop built in these specific locations. The blue is 300-foot buffer for residential properties. The pinkish color would be other vape shops, those types of facilities that we have in the city of Cibolo, and that's a 1,000-foot buffer. The orange is a buffer around daycare centers, community centers, recreation facilities, places of worship, medical facilities. And then the green areas would be parks, a buffer, 300-foot buffer for those facilities. So as you can see, according to this buffer map, there are not a huge amount of locations where a new vape shop could establish itself, but there are places within the city of Cibolo that a vape shop could come in and set up shop, right? The place up there close to the I-35 in the Cibolo Crossing area, a location along FM 1103 near FM 78, places down along Bolton Road. So this does not prohibit other vape shops from coming into the city of Cibolo. What this does is prevent a proliferation of vape shops in certain areas within the city of Cibolo. So what we're asking tonight is if you have the opportunity to review the ordinance, and if you have any recommendations or have any questions about the ordinance as has been reviewed by the ordinance subcommittee and was brought to you out tonight for consideration.
You know, I do want to say this, under page 4, Article 6, under T, page 4, Article 6, under T. We had this discussion. I'm not sure why page 4, under Exhibit A, where it says, you know, T, smoke, vape, CBD shops, and then it has one shall not be located within 300 feet of an existing daycare, community center, parks and recreational facility, churches, or other places of religious assembly, hospitals, properties owned or used for residential purposes. So under hospitals, we were supposed to have a clarifying statement since we were looking specifically at healthcare facilities where maybe asthmatic children or where people with pulmonary, cardio or pulmonary or sinus or some kind of like sickness would not be exposed to the possible fumes. So I'm looking for where that clarification is because I asked for that hospitals to be expanded.
You did, Mayor, and I sent that information to our planning department when we talked about it, but it's my fault that it's not typed into this specific draft ordinance.
Okay, so this draft ordinance does not meet the actual agreement of the ordinance subcommittee because it does not have those other qualifications. However, we should continue to discuss, and we need to make sure that we bring, that additional healthcare concern
Yes, ma'am.
to the forefront.
As it is
So
a draft, that's
I
I
wanted to point that out right off the bat. So I'm going to go down the line and see if anybody has any comments or if that's okay with y'all. Mr. McLaughlin? Mr. Roberts? Okay.
I do have a question. How did you determine a buffer of 300 feet for those
sorry?
locations? How'd you determine a buffer of 300 feet for those locations?
Chief, you want to speak to that?
Yep. So most of the cities that we researched, which was the city of Allen, city of Lavon, and even Universal City, and we also looked at larger cities. That was a buffer that they refer to as related to those type of daycare centers and churches and faith-based places of worship. So that was the requirement there, and 1,000 feet was related to distances between other smoke shops. When we did this research, we looked at cities that have obviously had some challenges when they had no regulations in place, and we hadn't either with smoke shops. And I had conversations with chiefs of police and others in those cities to determine what the best practice was. So for us in council, I feel like with many of the ordinances that we currently have, we have something in front of you that I think prevents it from being next door to a complaint that we had here in council regarding a dental office. This regulation and ordinance would prevent that from occurring. So that was one of the best practices in the research we found.
Okay. I was just wondering why something like 500 feet wasn't considered, because when I was doing research too, it was the same. It was like 300 feet you'll see in a lot of cities, but really like if you're trying to deter the issue that we had that is ongoing right now, like 500 feet or even the 1,000 is a better buffer. And so that's why I was wondering where the 300 came up from.
Yeah, I think when we looked at these, we were talking about really some of the strip malls, right? Where there were some challenges, some businesses related next to each other and ventilation. I think for council that this ordinance that we have in place would prevent that from occurring.
Okay.
I mean, I think I've seen many cities, you can have extraordinary feet that they put in there, but many of the cities that have put these into place, and I don't think that we've seen a lot of complaints, these were some of the regulations that was recommended.
Okay. Thanks, Chief.
Well, and I also want to make sure before I pass it on to Councilwoman Cunningham that the council subcommittee's real agenda here was to have them in freestanding buildings so that they would be freestanding buildings not within. So I want to make that clear to council that that was our original intent. And so if that's something more along the lines of what you're thinking, Marissa, please feel free to voice that opinion as well. Councilwoman Cunningham.
So the buffer lines, how is that measured? I know we have a lot of back and forth with alcohol ordinance on door to door, property line to property line, the drive route. How is that measured?
When I sent this to GIS, we followed kind of what we did with the Grampy's variance when we went to property line to property line.
Okay.
So that's what we asked them to do with this buffer.
Okay.
And that's what's in most of the other city ordinance, property line to property line.
I would just say if this ordinance moves forward at all, that it would be specified in the ordinance because that has been an ongoing issue where Some of our measurements are door to door, some are property line to door, they're just all over the place. So having it clear in the ordinance would be helpful. It is in there, property line to property line. Perfect.
On page 4.
In a straight line.
Yeah.
Perfect. I'm not a huge fan of vape shops. I don't vape, but I do have a concern that this is being brought up because of health and smell, health and safety, the scent spreads. We have a reputation in Cibolo for having a lot of nail salons. Nail salons also have a smell. And if you have a restaurant right next to a nail salon, you can smell the chemicals from the nail salon. I get my nails done. I'm not complaining about nail salons. I use them. I've probably been to all of them in Cibolo. But they do have a smell too. And so if we're going to go after vape centers because the smell and the scent spreads into the neighboring businesses, we could potentially be opening a door. So I just want to keep that in mind. If it's about safety, dental and medical offices and other businesses like some fast food restaurants can have pressurized containers of oxygen or gas or whatever they have to use. Those can also cause explosions. So if we're talking about safety, I think we just have to make sure that everything else is really tight so that it doesn't look like it's just this one specific type because we don't like this one specific type of business. Because there are these similar issues and similar safety and health concerns with other businesses that we do allow, that we don't regulate. We don't regulate nail salons. There's nothing, if it's zoned correctly, they can go in. And then I had a question. I know and thank you for spelling out the existing business. They cannot go in next to an existing one. I know that one of the issues we've had in the past was with a vape store that was there before the businesses moved in next door. And there's been a lot of complaints. So in cases like that, does this ordinance address or take into consideration that? So if I have a vape shop, I've been here 5 years, now all of a sudden an asthma clinic moves in next door to me and they don't like the way that my shop makes it smell, or they have complaints about that, how will that be addressed? Because that could be a health and safety issue, but we're not a regulating authority for the health and safety and vape shop, whatever that would be.
I would
Gas
defer to the
spread.
city attorney for specifics,
Okay.
but I can't imagine that if you have a business established already and another business that would come in and sit next to you and say, now you got to move your business because I moved in. I don't see how.
Right, and I don't think we can move it. I'm just thinking of future potential issues where someone could come, because it's happened. They've come and complained because they chose to move in somewhere and they don't like what's happening next door that's been there for a while.
I've
And that
seen-
could be a vape shop, that could be a restaurant that you don't like the smell of.
I've seen
It
some
doesn't
other,
really-
yeah, I've seen
but-
some other things in other places. They built a subdivision half a mile from a gun range that has been there for 50 years.
Yes, or pig farm.
If you decide to buy a house that's, 500 yards from a gun range that's been there for 50 years, that's kind of on you.
Or a farm
Yes.
where they can dove hunt
Yes.
next to a.
Yes.
Right.
But I just want to make sure that we're keeping that in mind too, because that is a situation that has happened where we cannot, even if we do put an ordinance in place, this would help with them not going in next to businesses that already exist. However, in the future, as our land fills up with businesses and there's less available space, they can't control what comes in right next to them. And so if they're
That's
following
true.
the rules and it just happens to smell and someone doesn't like it, I want to make sure that we're prepared for that as well.
I don't think this ordinance prohibits any of that kind of, somebody's already established from continuing their business.
Dan, did
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
have
that
something that,
covers
go ahead.
Yeah, it's called coming to the nuisance. It's a legal concept, and no, they're not going to be forced to move if somebody moves next to them. But, as far as the rest of it, I mean, that's just neighborly dispute. For the ones that already exist, there are vape shops that exist within these buffers. They don't have to relocate. They become legal non-conforming uses. And then if you want that use to cease, there's a whole process you have to go through that's in statutes, and it costs money. So
I think the ordinance subcommittee was hyper aware of what you're talking about, especially it not being about the smell, but rather about what was contained within the vapor being, they having unregulated things within the vapor. Ms. Sanchez, Councilwoman
Yes,
Sanchez Stevens.
thank you. So a recommendation that I would like to make is that daycare services are within the 300 feet. I would like to see that moved to the 1,000 feet, simply because some daycare centers are also academies and learning centers. And since the public, private, or parochial school is listed there, I felt that that would be more compatible and more consistent. And versus I wouldn't equate a daycare like a community center. A daycare is not like a park or recreational facility. A daycare is not necessarily like a church or religious, because the amount of hours that they're there the entire day. So I just felt that it's more like a school. It's a learning center. So I would feel more comfortable with that being listed under the 1,000 feet. And on number 6, where it says no smoking or vaping is permitted on the premises, I wasn't sure if there was any opposition to it stating no smoking or vaping is permitted in and on the premises, just in light of our current situation that, there has been some smoking, within a vape shop. And I want to make sure that it was written clearly that in and on, to kind of prevent with the situation that was going on in the future.
That's easy to add. Yes, ma'am.
Council.
No, I don't really have anything much to add, other than we did take a lot of those things under consideration in the subcommittee, as well as understanding that we can't solve the current problem that we're dealing with. So, but thank you for all those suggestions. We did consider a lot of that.
Councilwoman Roberts.
I just have a question. You mentioned Universal City as one of the cities that y'all looked at.
Yep.
Being that Universal City has dispensaries, are those somehow going to be spelled out? Or can those be spelled out in your vape shops, your smoke shops and such? Because they are kind of the exact same thing, because they do smoke in them. I mean, I know there's some legislature that's coming down to kind of regulate THC. However, it's still there.
And when we looked at them, Councilmember Roberts, it was really just so we had somebody local. I knew that they had some challenges there. I wouldn't say it was the best practice, but at least we got some information that they've learned since those have been open. But we kind of relied upon a lot of the regulations that came from Allen, because many of their regulations happened similar to ours. There was no regulations. They were being put in and they were popping up in a lot of areas where we were having some of the challenges. But dispensaries, no, I did not look at those. The research that I did was particularly related to vape shops, not dispensaries. I know we don't have any, but I didn't pull that up. I didn't do any research on dispensaries.
I mean, is it possible to add something that kind of spells out that a dispensary kind of falls into the same?
I believe that a
realm?
dispensary may be regulated under state law. Mr. Santee?
So the challenge is going to be when you get into percentage of sales and what your sales are. And I think to your point, most of these that are going to be a vape shop may also qualify or may also classify as a dispensary. And it gets into the licensing, as the mayor talked about. I think what's going to be critical for this is the survey of existing businesses that I know Wayne's going to talk to his staff about, that has to be part of this ordinance. We have to, when you adopt this ordinance, we have to list the locations of the existing shops and whether or not they're regulated by this. So that'll go a long way to finding out what exactly you have on the ground and where it's located, because those are going to be legal non-conforming uses, and that's going to fix in place who are the authorized legal non-conforming uses in place at the time of adoption, so that anyone else who comes in after that, again, they will be looked at in accordance with whatever ordinance is on the books. Then, if we get into too much with the difference between a dispensary and the vape shop, then we're going to have to get into not only the percentages of sales, then it draws in also, as we talked about in the ordinance subcommittee, then you get into what about the convenience stores that sell vapes or have sold vapes. And so, so it's going to be I guess the best way to look at this, I would say, is look at your ordinances, all of them, as living documents that we may have to revisit, because once this is put into practice, we're going to have a whole lot better grasp on it. We're going to learn a lot more. We may have to come back and make edits for sure.
Yeah, sure.
It's a divisive issue, but it is one that we need to address. And so I think that you all have given your feedback or input. Is there any additional questions, or are we ready to just ask them to go, give them direction to go ahead and take what we said here tonight? Anything further? All right. Thank you, gentlemen. You have had your input.
Yes, ma'am, we will make those modifications. I'll send it all back out to council once we've made these amendments.
Yes.
And then if we get the thumbs up from you, then we'll move it to the P and Z.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so 11A, moving on to 11A, which Mr. Huggins gets to stay. Thank you. Discussion action on funding of strategic partnership grant projects. Mr. Huggins.
Yes, ma'am. So if you'll recall, we discussed this matter again at the last budget workshop that we had. Council had some great discussions about how to distribute the funding for the applicants we had this year. And you gave me direction to provide this this list of funding that is in your packet. And I believe Mr. Beekman and his crew are going to pull it up on the screen real quick so we can show it. One thing that we're still working on is the public professional services agreement with the Guadalupe County Children's Advocacy Center. The city attorney's office is using the previous one that we had with the GCCAC to see if I can pull it up. To form a new one to provide them with funding for the services they provide to our Cibolo Police Department.
Okay. Do I have any questions?
As far as what's going to the Guadalupe County Children's Advocacy Center
Yes, ma'am.
through the fund, was it finally decided on how much we are going to allocate? Were we going to stick with the original 5,000? Were we going to increase it? Because I know we talked about increasing it slightly, but I don't know what I don't remember what the final decision. That's why I'm asking
There
the
was no
question.
final decision. They were going to bring it back to us after they looked at what additional.
What was there?
Right,
Okay.
what additional
Sorry.
sidewalks needed to be painted and all the other jazz.
Sorry, I
So-
had just got out of the hospital, so I wanted to remember.
No,
Thank you.
that's okay. We're going to have Mr. Huggins will be bringing that back.
That's a totally separate thing that we'll bring back to council
Yes.
for approval.
So basically, we have the attachment that shows what was awarded, and then, am I missing a memo? What happened to me? But I'm looking for the memo, not the attachment. This happened to a couple of items where the memo did not get attached, and I didn't catch this one, so my apologies.
The memo with an agenda link? Oh. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
It's fine. We will be sure to double check that in the future, and your team apologizes that it is not there. I did not catch that. My apologies.
So all we're asking for tonight is if the list that's provided within your packet is to your satisfaction, then you can make the action to approve the funding as shown, and I'll contact these recipients, and we'll work on getting them checks.
So you would be making a motion to approve the funding as listed.
Yes, ma'am.
Do I have a motion?
I would like to make a motion to approve 11A as was discussed at the budget meeting, outlining the amounts provided to each recipient as shown above.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. The motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. 11B, discussion action on contract for the holiday lighting project in Old Town as recommended by the Cibolo Economic Development Corporation Board in the not-to-exceed amount of $39,000. Mr. Harding, good evening. Welcome.
That's there. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. This is a repeat from the previous meeting. You gave me some input to research. Just as a refresher, we're bringing this back. This is related to an initiative by the EDC board that started back in April during our strategic planning and budget session. Proceeded through the summer months and came to you all the last meeting as a recommendation to offer turnkey services through Decor IQ for the tree in Old Town. This next slide is just showing the height differences, the good, better, best options. And then the requested information from the last meeting, it was requested if we purchased the tree, what the cost would be. Decor IQ offered the cost plus installation if we wanted to do that. And that would be us owning the tree and them installing it. That would be $39,831. The purchase only would be $29,949.70. And then I worked with the Public Works Department to get the best data we could. Apparently our tree currently needs all the lights replaced, so this timing may be perfect for this type of project. But related to the cost to set up and tear down the Christmas tree, it's approximately $4,700 in staff time, so, and bucket truck rental. So what we're seeking is your direction. You may approve the scope that you've seen before with the turnkey option. You may approve the modified scope where it's a purchase of the tree and installation by Decor IQ or however you see fit. You may choose not to fund the project, or you may take no action.
Will they be setting up the tree every year, so it won't be handled by Public Works any longer, or is it just the first year after it's purchased?
This is a proposed one-year trial contract for Decor IQ to offer full turnkey services, setup, takedown, and maintenance. The only thing the city would be responsible for is the electrical outlet there. So if the electrical outlet messes up, that's on us. Anything else, we pick up the phone and they repair it within 24 hours.
Mr. McLaughlin, any comments?
Clancy, you mind going back up one slide, please? So looking at this from an economic standpoint, purchasing and asking Public Works to maintain is a little bit cheaper. But Mr. Al-Haddad, I want to ask you from a productivity standpoint, do you want your team doing this, or would you prefer us to look at options to have another team handle it?
Margarita, this is your team. Do you want to answer?
Good evening again. I'm sorry, could you, I was multitasking. Could you repeat your question?
Yes, ma'am. So economically, it would make sense, just looking at numbers specifically, to purchase and ask Public Works in the Parks Department to set up and tear down. But my question is, since that means they're not out doing the regular job, would you, from a Public Works perspective, prefer us to go with the vendor to maintain the Christmas tree?
And my recommendation would be that we go with a vendor, because again, every minute my staff is not working in the parks, not mowing, not taking trash out, not cleaning bathrooms, not repairing, not painting, because we're doing special projects like this. So my recommendation would be if this could be a possible consultant or contractor work, it would really help us. It would go a long ways. And I know we gave you very rough estimates, right? But at the end of the day, what it is, it takes a lot more time. I got my staff that have to come and go. You know, we always run into issues. So that's just downtime. We're doing the special projects and not mowing and not focusing on our core work.
Thank you.
So basically, we're probably looking at, what, 5,000 difference? Is that just in rough numbers? And I would think it would be in our best interest to go with the turnkey package, because if there's something wrong with the tree or something, there won't be a he said, she said, or what happened, who did this, who did what. It's one phone call and it's taken care of. And just the liability of our workers up in a bucket truck and everything else. I think it would be better for us to have a turnkey installation.
I think same, but I do have a question. So your last thing on here, it says for staff to transport and store it, $640. Your storage fee has to be higher than that to cover the cost of this tree, correct?
Yes, and that's what we say is this is very, very rough cost that we try to produce to provide you some number, right? But one thing that I would like to add, the lights in the Christmas tree currently, they're not functional. So we're going to spend a significant amount of time rewrapping that tree. And if you have done a Christmas tree at home, you know that's the hardest part, doing the lighting.
Yeah. Now, I was asking just because that closes that gap even more. So the difference between us purchasing it and our staff doing all the work versus it being installed is $5,181. I just did the math on here. That's the difference. But the thing that we're missing is that storage fee. And that's what I'm saying, like, that is a significant cost too, to store it for the next 12 months. So that brings that gap even tighter, where it's only a little bit of a difference between the two.
So the tree, if we go with they install it, is it going to be the $39,000 annually?
Are you referring to if we purchased it and held on to it, storing it, and then we paid them annually? I would assume that that price is locked in just for this year, and it would change based on whatever their pay scales are. They use a lot of contract labor to do these.
Okay.
In previous communities, when we've done turnkey, we do a 1-year trial to make sure the vendor is credible and they do a good job that we're happy with, and then we come back and lock in a 3 to 5 year term with set escalations that we can budget on. That would probably be less than what we would experience as one-offs every year.
So my concern is with the math, and please correct me if I'm wrong in my assumptions here. So to purchase the tree is $29,949, which we would have to do either way. If we purchase the tree, that is a one-time cost for us. And then the ongoing cost, we will guesstimate approximately $5,000. Some years will be more, some years will be less, but round about there. If we are renting from Decor IQ this tree every year, it's $39,000 every year. We are renting that tree.
Correct. The best option that they gave for the quote was $37,384 for the 24-foot tree.
With installation,
with
but we don't own it. So if
Correct.
we ever pull out, we don't own it.
Correct.
So if we're thinking 5 years, because our Christmas tree, if we purchased it, let's assume it'd be good for 5 years. Hopefully the lights are better this one than the one that we have. But for 5 years, with us purchasing it for $29,949.70, and then about $5,000 in installation a year for those 5 years, that comes out to $53,449 for us. If we do a rental from this company for 5 years, that's $199,000. It's double. So yes, if you're comparing 1-to-1, the year we have to buy the tree versus just straight up renting it, there is only a $5,000 difference. But it's the years after that that I'm concerned about, that we're essentially buying a brand new tree's worth of stuff every single year. And so to me, it would be more fiscally responsible for us. I'm totally okay with outsourcing the installation, but I don't want to be rebuying a tree that we don't actually own every year for the same price. Like, I don't want to rent versus buy if we can do a one-time cost versus renting it and spending $30,000 every year. That's my concern, because over 5 years, it's $50,000 difference. It's double. So again, not opposed to outsourcing at all. I think this is fantastic. I'm assuming this is a good cost for a tree. I've tried to get quotes online and see what it should cost. It seems reasonable for a 24-foot tree with decorations. It's the fact that if we went with the rental and installation option, we don't actually own it. So that tree cost is every single year, $30,000 every single year versus spending it once.
So I completely agree. When I was thinking if it's $39,000 every single year, I feel that our ED could probably use that for marketing and merch and everything else, because you guys are doing a fabulous job. Just acquiring new businesses, I feel that that could be reinvested for economic development. I feel that also, I was just kind of thinking, and not to dismiss what Margarita had mentioned on the staff, I do feel like, I don't know what the road repairs are like in December. I'm guessing because it's wet, it might be scaled back. I don't know, the grass is usually dormant, so there may be more flexibility with staff during that time to help set that up. Just kind of thinking outside the box here, so that in case, we don't further burden Public Works, but I just kind of offset the reality of what winter time brings, and it's not necessarily like spring and summer where they're completely out there. Well, I'm sure they're out there. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to come to assume to know everything, but I'm just guessing a lot of things are scaled back because of weather. And so I am definitely for purchasing it outright, $29,000, and paying our Public Works to go ahead and set that up. And it's already pre-lit, right?
Yes, this will be
Excellent. So they don't even
same
have
thing.
to wrap the
Correct.
lights around it?
It will be,
Excellent.
the decor
Okay.
package comes in that cost.
Okay.
Everything we need, except the direction I'm hearing is purchase the tree and contract with the Core IQ to install and set up. Or do we want to just purchase the tree and
Is that
and then
possible?
ask Public Works to set up?
Is that possible? We don't want, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, since at least the last 4 or 5 years, if you drive down Main Street and you watch the Public Works guys and the Parks Department trying to put this tree up, they don't actually use a bucket truck. They use a cherry picker. They don't, and last year, actually, 2 of them almost fell out of it right here in front of City Hall. So, I mean, the liability that comes along with our Public Works guys actually potentially putting this up year after year does pose an issue. And I did bring that up to Mr. Reed last year, that I feel like this tree we need it. And to me, that's so much better than the current tree. And Santa will look beautiful next to that tree. And I think our residents will truly enjoy going down to a tree lighting ceremony with a nicely lit, decorated tree instead of one that has just lights wrapped around it, maybe. Because I know there was a lot of issues last year with it too.
Oh, my gosh.
So I have a
And then
question.
some.
Ms. Marguerite, I have a question. You've already stated that you don't really have the bandwidth, and I respect that, understand how that stuff type of work. But is there a way for us to purchase the tree and allow them to do the work? So that we
To
can
do the installation of that?
Installation, the decoration,
absolutely,
where we
that
can
is an
call them and
option.
say, hey, this light is out, type of thing? And
Yes,
how mu-
absolutely. And it wouldn't be any different than what we currently do, right? Go and install all the decorations around. Again, to Mrs. Roberts' point, is we don't have the tools to install it. We have a big ladder, we have that scissor lift that is very unsafe for my team. And then, of course, yes, it is during the winter, so grass is a little bit dormant. We don't have to do that. But I will tell you, my team is already dreading. They have a long list of things they got to do in those
No,
parks.
I mean,
'cause
I
we
get
are
that. I just
really
want to
need
know if there's an option
wanna
to do it the
make
other way.
I would like to make a point that the Economic Development Corporation chose to put this tree. There was actually more grandiose plans for additional lighting and some toy soldiers and some expansion of this. And they looked at it as an investment in the city's presentation of itself during the, family-oriented coming into this area. They looked at it as an investment in the city. There was some discussion from other EDC directors about other business areas getting some love and getting some decorations. And I think that idea from Economic Development Corporation is going to be expanded in how they do approach that. So we are 90 days, right? What is this, August? So September, October, you want it up by the end of November, right? So we are 90 days away from this project being launched. It will be coming out of the EDC budget for 2026.
The project's proposed to be split between this fiscal year, and then we budgeted for next fiscal year. We were unsure of the makeup of how it would turn out, so we have leftover funds to fund. If the tree purchases what you all want to do, we have funds to do that. But
Right.
we budgeted accordingly in fiscal year 27. to account for this project should it move forward.
So my question still remains, is there a way that we can buy it and then have them do the work? And how much will that cost?
The proposal they issued was, is right here on the left side. 9881.
9,800.
Does
Is
it have
that
a
acceptable?
warranty or
Is that
anything with
something
it?
that we can do?
I'm sorry?
Does it have a warranty or anything with it? So if something happens with the lights?
Based on how I operate and in other cities I've been in, you always look for a warranty on that of at least a year, or, you know, if we can get 5 years, that would be great too.
Okay.
Whatever the manufacturer offers, and then we would try to see if that's a value proposition for us. But yes, a warranty is something we would definitely look into in any piece of equipment.
I'm, in thinking of this thing, I'm ecstatic about Christmas lights and Christmas decorations. I've been asking about this for 10 plus years. Again, my concern is paying the cost of a brand new tree every year and we don't actually own it. If it was $10,000 to rent a year and then an additional whatever to install, that would be more realistic to me. We're paying $40,000 for a tree we don't own.
If you look at page 4 in the attachments, there is a line item description, and it says the 24-foot LED garland branch artificial frame tree for 26. The decor package for the 24-foot tree is $94.80. So we would be they would be that's what I guess the rental is. And then the topper, so do we have decorations?
The proposed purchase for the tree includes a decor package. It includes the $22,535.50 for the tree, decor package at what was called $6,300, and then the 3-foot topper. And then the installation option was $9,881.
So if we hired them to decorate the tree every year, it would cost us $6,000 plus.
It's $9,000 in this proposal.
And does that include them bringing the decorations, or do we have to buy the decorations?
If we purchase the tree, I would recommend to you all to purchase the decor package and own the topper as well. That way we own the whole package and we would just be paying labor.
So for the same price as renting it, we could own the decor and the package, and then the next thing would be the next following year.
The next year, we would just be contracting with them for labor.
And it would not be our labor that does it this year, but we would be able to do it within the 39,000 that was budgeted? Will we be able to purchase it, the decor package, and have them set it up?
It's 800 over the not to exceed amount. So the procedural way to do this would be to, at council's pleasure, is to set it at 39,000, and then I come back at a future meeting to request the additional $831.02.
Right, because it's not our money, it's the EDC's budget's money.
So I'm going to put this on the EDC agenda for their meeting next week to update them. I've updated the board individually. There was no issue with purchasing the tree versus the turnkey option.
Okay. Sounds like we have a solution. Okay. So the option is we would make the motion to
Purchase the tree.
approve 11B with the purchase, with the decor package. How would you say it? With the decor package and the labor and the setup? Decor package?
I put a sample motion in there.
I did not see it. My apologies.
You can motion to approve the purchase of the tree decor package topper
Oh, there's the memo.
and labor not to exceed 39,000, and then I will come back next meeting, or the next meeting, and the same item would come back for the additional $831.02.
Okay,
Because I will have to go back to EDC to request that additional.
fantastic. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve the purchase of the tree decoration package and topper with labor through Decor IQ not to exceed $39,000.
I second.
Did you get it, Valerie? Who second? They tied. All right, I have a motion and a second. Did you vote? It marked you. Okay. The motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Council.
Thank you so much. Yay, we got through that. That was fantastic. Okay. 11C, discussion action on the appointment of Jason Day to the CVLGC Board of Directors, myself and Councilwoman Roberts. We had twinsies in our ideas to appoint somebody to the,
May I, a point of order, please, Mayor? Well, I would just like to correct something. You and I are not on this together. I actually submitted for this agenda item to be on there. You chose to put your name on it. I just would like to make that clear. So,
Okay.
but please, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to make that point.
okay, I will do the clarifying point. I was not requested for this item to be put on. I was not talked to about this item to be put on. This item was put on through your absolute process that you are able to do. I also was putting this item on, and so I combined it because there's nothing about the way that it's combined that it wouldn't be reflective of both your intentions and mine, which is to put an applicant or to make a motion to fill the board.
I understand that. The way that you kind of started that was that we were twinsies on it, and so I just wanted to make sure
Well,
that
we
it
both
was-
had the same idea
Yes,
to
ma'am.
put that on the
Yes,
agenda.
ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So, so I had, your request was just for a board, to appoint somebody to the board, and my request was to report a specific person.
Well, my request was actually to have a discussion so we could start the process to appoint somebody. It wasn't to appoint anybody this evening. It was solely for a council to be able to start a discussion. So that way, because kind of like our committees, nobody really realizes that this is something that's out there that can be done by a resident. And so I kind of felt like this is something that we needed to bring out in the public in case there is somebody that has water knowledge or would be interested in serving on this. So that way it could kind of go along the same lines as some of our committees. Because this is a very important position, I feel.
I agree.
Yeah, and I mean, and having you as the ex officio, I think is a very vital part of this, because you do have that ability to help somebody understand some of the issues that are facing this particular entity. So I just wanted to have that discussion. I wasn't asking to appoint anybody at this particular moment. It was just a start.
Let me share with you the exact wording on the agenda item that was provided to me by staff was discussion action to appoint a CBLGC board member. That's exactly the language that was provided. So my apologies, I didn't know that.
No, that's fine.
Because it said discussion action to appoint somebody, so I was like, okay.
Yes,
So-
ma'am. And when I reached out to Mr. Reed in regards to this is how I was asked to send it to him, so it could be put on the agenda. So, I mean, again, I've had a conversation with Mr. Reed moving forward on how we're going to make sure that everything is very clear on for all parties. But yeah, it was,
Awesome. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Jason Day, good evening and welcome. Give me just a second so that I can give you an introduction. Mr. Jason Day brings more than 20 years of experience in architecture and project management, including public infrastructure, working earlier in his career for the city of East Chicago. And that background is a direct fit for the kind of construction, infrastructure, project costs, and financial questions that come before the CVLGC board. Just as important is what he's already shown us. When Mr. Day was appointed last August, the full city council reviewed and approved him to serve on both the Old Town Master Plan Advisory Committee, which has sunset, and thank you for your service on that, and the current UDC committee. Since then, he has had perfect attendance on both, and so this isn't simply his resume on paper. We've had the opportunity to see him do the work, and we appreciate that. I'd also ask that as we hold this appointment out for Mr. Day or any person, regardless of who is nominated, that the relevant experience, their demonstrated service, their independence from organizations from which CVLGC will be called on to evaluate or negotiate it with is clear. Because CVLGC is currently considering matters that involve the GVSUD directly. And I believe whoever sits in this seat should be free from personal or professional ties that could influence or create the appearance of influencing that evaluation. That was one of the very first questions that I asked Mr. Day when I called him. He has no personal or professional ties to GVSUD board or to myself. We have never met. Cibolo has grown a great deal, and with that growth, many new residents have chosen to invest their lives and their families here. And I believe our boards should reflect that from a larger pool of experience and talent. Thank you for moving here to Cibolo and bringing your family. Public service should not depend upon how long someone has been a part of our established circles, and it should depend on whether they are qualified, willing to serve, and willing to do the work, which Mr. Day has demonstrated. For these reasons, I brought Mr. Day before the council to be questioned and considered for a position on the board of directors with CVLGC. Welcome. Mr. Day, would you like to introduce yourself?
A point of order, please, Mayor. As I appreciate you bringing this particular nomination forward, it is not something that you as a mayor are able to.
Yes, ma'am, it is. I put it on the agenda.
Okay.
Okay, you're out of order.
I'm not going
You're out
to-
of order. Thank
Okay,
you.
well, I'm going to continue, please, ma'am.
You're out of order,
I'm going
ma'am.
to continue.
Ma'am, you're out of order.
I'm going to continue, but thank you. I believe this is something the full council, and I appreciate Mr. Day being here, and this has nothing to do with Mr. Day at all. I feel this is something the full council
I
should be
believe it
able
has something to do
However,
with Mr. Day.
At this time, I would like to make a motion to table this agenda item until the end of September, so all of council has the ability to potentially interview or discuss with any potential individual that may, or employee that may be eligible for this.
Mr. Day, thank you for your patience. If you would like to introduce yourself to council, I'd appreciate that.
I think we should allow the resident to speak. Well, you
Ma'am,
interrupted.
you're out of order. Mr. Day, would you like to please introduce yourself to the council? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jason Day. As stated, I am a resident here in Cibolo. Been here for the past 4 years with my wife and my 2 children. My background is in architecture, building design. I work for a firm called RVK Architecture in San Antonio. And as stated, I also serve here on the UDC committee as well as the Old Town Master Plan Committee. And I'm generally here to serve. Love living here in Cibolo, here to support the community. This opportunity was presented to me, and again, I'm open to serve and help out where I can if you all see fit.
Do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to apologize for what you just witnessed. We do value our residents, and I do believe that those who want to participate and who want to contribute and are willing to learn and you care about the city, I believe we should give you a meaningful opportunity to do that and to prove that you can contribute. So I apologize for that, and I would like to make a motion if that's appropriate.
I didn't hear it.
I would like to make a motion to table this item as I said previously, for other council members to bring forward potential applicants as well.
I didn't hear a second.
Second.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am, you may. There is discussion allowed after a motion.
Okay, I was just wondering, Mayor, Mr. Reed, when was this vacancy listed on our city's website and social media?
It's not a city.
But we have to appoint them, correct? So we had this discussion back in June. I brought this up then, that we are not pushing these opportunities forward to open up to all of our residents. That transparency was something I brought up in June, and we had a discussion that that's what we would do moving forward. So for me personally, and no disrespect to you at all, sir, I am so happy that you want to volunteer for this and do that truly. I just want to make sure that we are opening up this opportunity to all of our Cibolo residents, because you said that this opportunity was presented to you. So that is something I have an issue with, just like I did in June.
And the reason that the issue was presented to him is because this role is a very specific role that requires the skill, because Mr. Day has experience with our UDC and with development in cities and things of that nature. This would be a role that you would want to have somebody with very specific skill sets and knowledge, and an individual who is basically non-political, somebody who is not known by me, not known by really this board. He came a year ago and was just nominated 6-0 to serve on these two boards. And so my intention, and one of the things that was requested of me when I was elected, was to create an environment where we had a diversity of individuals that would be brought into these roles. Because I had been looking for a skilled engineer, a skilled architectural project manager, somebody of that nature to bring in front of council that had that had been an applicant, that had a good amount of experience and had a demonstrated work ethic that we could all evaluate. So to me, it wasn't out of the norm than how it had been done in the past. I felt this was an opportunity for us to pull from or elevate from the pool of applicants that were there. And so I actually looked at all of our boards and commissions and all of the folks sitting on boards and commissions, Marissa. I did not look outside of our current boards and commissions. And I looked at the job that the folks did, their attendance, and why they were there, just like our placement committee does now. So if we table this, that would be fine, but then I would be want to be very specific on three things: the applicant's work history with the city and his volunteerism, right? The applicant's vocation and its application to what CBLGC should be going to, and the applicant's absolute and utter unpolitical affiliation with any institution, organization that would be evaluated. Mr. Day meets all of those requirements. Mr. Day is a gentleman that has come before you very calmly in spite of all of these things and offered himself. I did tell him that I was not sure exactly how it would go, but what was placed by Councilwoman Roberts was discussion, action on the appointment of a CBLGC board member. I have provided you Mr. Day's application. I have provided you Mr. Day's work history, and I have brought the applicant here in front of you to interview. This would be an opportunity. It would be disappointing to me if this council chose to table this issue at this time and did not take the opportunity to interview the applicant before you. Instead of, it's an opportunity. I mean, if you don't take that opportunity, that is the council choosing to not take an opportunity to interview a citizen that has come before you with a track record and a complete and total unpolitical bias. I have never met Mr. Day.
I understand that. I'm just saying, as previously stated, there's no transparency in that. I'm sure there's other residents who meet that criteria, and he may very well be the person that we do select. I'm just saying that when we're answering to the residents, and when we get messages saying, well, why weren't we notified about
If
this?
the other council member had not had this issue, you would have seen your mayor as performing her duties to have selected a candidate from all of the applicants or all of the persons serving on our board. But because of that, it gives you the opportunity to say that.
I said the same thing in
Councilwoman,
June, though.
Councilwoman, this is not a city board.
Or else it would have come through the subcommittee.
Yeah,
But I
or
do,
else
I
it
do
would have
have,
come through the, it would
excuse
have
me,
come through.
I just have something to say. As elected leaders, we were chosen to do one thing, and that's make decisions. The mayor serves as ex officiato for this board or committee or whatever. I think that I respect the authority that comes with her role as mayor and her job on this as ex officiato. She has chosen to lead in this way. Let her do that. Every single time the council makes a decision, or one of us elected folks make a decision, there's always somebody that comes behind and says, well, I wasn't notified. Well, you're not going to be notified all the time. We were chosen to make decisions. We should make decisions. So everybody doesn't get a tag you're it in on every decision. That's the issues we have with our subcommittee. This is the subcommittee, make the decision, bring that decision back, make the nomination, you agree with it or you don't. But just because you didn't see the whole picture, that doesn't mean that the work wasn't put in to give you what we were presenting. I'm just saying.
You're implying that there is an element of transparency to that. The element of transparency is that you were brought an applicant by a vetting person, because I know a lot about the CBLGC, the issues in front of CBLGC. And so either there is an element of trust and understanding that that is what I know, and that I mean, the very first thing I said to Mr. Day was, have you ever met me? No. Do you know anybody on this GVSUD board? No. Can you make an unbiased opinion based on your professional method, your professional background and your vocation? And he said yes. And so I had looked at many others, and we have a lot of good folks that want to stand before you, Marissa. That is absolutely true. But in this particular case, your mayor has brought you an applicant, and it is not because I was not being transparent. Mr. Reed, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to directly answer Mrs. Patterson's question. So we did not advertise in July on our website that there is a vacancy on the CVLGC board. Mrs. Petey, who stepped down at the end of June. So I just wanted to answer that question directly.
You didn't do that with the CRWA board. You didn't do that with other boards that were similar to that. So it is abundantly clear that it is when you want to apply the rule that's how you applied it, because you didn't ask for it for the other boards. And so I think that is a true statement, and I understand that we have a motion in front of us. I think it would be a shame if the council did not take an opportunity to interview the applicant in front of you.
I just want to say thank you, Mr. Day, for coming. Thank you for volunteering with the city. UDC is a beast, so is any kind of comprehensive plan committee. So the fact that you took on that much reading is really appreciated. I do remember when you applied for both those committees, I was excited by your experience and your background. So thank you for volunteering. Hopefully you don't second guess that now. But I do want to echo what Marissa said. We have brought this up before multiple times. It's not just this committee, it's a lot of other committees as well. So I just wanted to confirm that I agreed with it.
And I would also just like to say thank you for stepping up for this. And this has absolutely nothing to do with you, sir. I mean, because I've gone through your application. No offense, I even LinkedIn you, okay? I mean, so I've researched you. I kind of have an idea of who you are. It has nothing to do with you. This is just about that this is a super important position, and I do feel like council needs to be able to help bring forward. Again, we could say, hey, yeah, let's go with Mr. Day.
I totally understand.
But I would like for this to be something that all of council fully has an agreement on, and that we can not argue over something.
Sure.
So,
I totally
thank
understand.
you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So what I would like to say, Mr. Day, is that your name will be at the top of the list for this position in whatever process council deems appropriate for them to have good feelings about it. So your name will be at the top of the list and your information will be resubmitted. And I have enjoyed meeting you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Somebody's having big feelings. All right, 11C. Discussion action on the FY27 city holiday calendar is part of the FY27 budget. Ms. Taupin, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I'm going to present the FY27 holiday schedule proposal for your consideration. Tonight, we have two questions for Council. We'll review the FY27 holiday schedule for your consideration, and then we seek Council feedback and direction. Our two questions tonight: does Council approve the recommended FY27 holiday schedule, and does Council have additional input into the holiday schedule presented? As you know, the City Council has the sole discretion of setting the fiscal year holiday schedule. Each year, we bring this holiday schedule to you to review. In FY26, City Council maintained the holiday schedule with 13 holidays and 1 floating holiday. These next two slides are the holidays that we are recommending for FY27. These are matching exactly the holidays that you approved for FY26. You can see in FY27 we do have two proposed observed holidays. The first one is Juneteenth of Friday, June 18th, and then Independence Day on Monday, July 5th. Our policy states that any holiday on a Saturday is observed on a Friday, and any holiday observed on a Sunday is actual on a Sunday is observed on the Monday. We do also have as our recommendation 1 floating holiday, and that will be awarded to employees on October 1st of each year. Our two questions for Council again: do you approve the recommended FY27 holiday schedule, and do you have any additional input into the holiday schedule presented?
I move to approve the City of Cibolo fiscal year 2027 holiday schedule as presented.
I second that.
Sorry, my chair is. Any questions? I'm sorry, my chair was like. So Woman Sanchez Stevens. Okay. Discussion action to approve a contract under the Master Professional Service Agreement with Freeze and Nichols for Deeds Creek wastewater main replacement and authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement in the amount of $238,280. Mr. El Hadid.
Mayor and Council, good evening. Saif Al Haddad with Public Works, and I have here Mr. Naveen Chalara from Freeze and Nichols. We're here requesting your approval to execute a contract with Freeze and Nichols for engineering design and construction administration for the wastewater repair on Deeds Creek that collapsed during the July 12th storm event.
I move to allow the city manager to execute a contract under the Master Professional Services Agreement with Freeze and Nichols for the Deeds Creek wastewater main replacement and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement in the amount of $238,280.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. 11G, discussion action to set the date for the public hearing on the fiscal year 2027 proposed budget. Ms. Miranda.
Yeah. Mayor, would you like to do 11F first, and then we would go to 11G?
Sorry. Presentation, evidently numbers are hard today, or letters are hard. Presentation discussion regarding the city manager's proposed FY27 budget. Mr. Reed and Ms. Miranda. I don't know why.
Thank you, Mayor, and we have the PowerPoint being pulled up here. Let me just make some opening comments. First, tonight, Anna, Miranda, and I will do a tag team on this presentation for the FY27 City Manager's proposed budget. I want to begin by expressing my gratitude, as I have in the past during the budget process. I want to thank Council for your time, your energy, your comments, and your direction on forming this budget. I want to thank the executive team and all staff members who had a hand in developing the budgets for all funds. It takes all of us to bring forward a balanced and fiscally responsible budget that maintains service levels. In some areas, enhance service levels, and supports the city staff to make Cibolo a preferred employer that attracts and retains top talent. It's also a budget that promotes the council's strategic plan and your priorities. It is not hard to come up with a balanced budget when all of these things are considered throughout the process. This is our presentation overview. Let me jump right in. There were at least 3 questions that, as Ms. Miranda and I finished the presentation, that we wanted to highlight for you. So you may have other questions, but tonight we want to get direction on these 3. And I'll also say that tonight you're not approving the budget. You're merely having it introduced to you. You have August 25th for more consideration and decision and direction to us, and then we will bring back the budget at the first meeting in September. So on this first question, I have a handout for you. I received either a text or an email from a council member. I'm going to hand this over to Ms. Miranda to pass out to you and to the city secretary as well, about an advertisement that we had in Public Works, and it was under Margarita Hernandez's direction It was a position, what was it called? No, the special event coordinator. And the question is staff already advertising one of the 5 positions in the general fund? And the answer is no. That's a new title that was given to an existing FTE. And so I thought tonight I needed to clarify, no position that is in a proposed budget is advertised before you give direction that it should be advertised. So what Ms. Miranda just passed out is a list of all the positions, new positions, that are loaded into the proposed budget. And at the end of our presentation, we will ask for direction if you want us just to begin advertisement of any of these positions across all funds, not just the general fund, prior to the effective date of the budget. In no event does a position start until the new fiscal year. So that's why I wanted to hand this out. And if your direction is don't advertise any of them, no problem. We will not do that. The reason I'm handing this to you is some of the positions are loaded for a full year. So in order to proceed with those positions and try to get them hired by the beginning of the fiscal year, it's always helpful to be able to advertise those sooner, not later. The second question on the slide is, I sent an email to council with the PowerPoint and the associated material from the December 2025 presentation on the utility rate plan. Now, we've incorporated 2 slides in this very presentation. It's slides 18 and number 22 from that 2025 presentation, so that we can remind council what were the projects in the 3-year plan for the utility fund under water and wastewater that are primary drivers, not the sole drivers, because part of the utility rate increases are when CRWA says there's an increase, we don't get to say no, we have to pass that along. When CCMA comes to us and says the ongoing maintenance operation costs are increasing by this amount, we don't get to say no, we have to pass that on. But I wanted to include those 2 slides from that December 2025 presentation, because those slides, which have been put into this presentation, reflect $5.3 million in water capital improvement projects and $6.6 million, yes, there is a period in there, $6.6 million in wastewater capital improvement projects that we have scheduled to design and construct during this 3-year period, and that is why there are utility rate increases. And last but not least, it was brought up when Mr. Huggins actually was up here for the strategic partnership grant, and I wanted to speak up, but I just let that go. But we do want to confirm, what is the amount that council wants to enter into an agreement with the Guadalupe County Children's Advocacy Center using the Child Safety Fee Fund? So you will tonight confirm that amount so that we can proceed to load that into the budget. But we have loaded $5,000 at this time. So again, you may have other questions. These were 3 that Anna and I were thinking of. You've seen this schedule, and that star has slowly moved down as we worked through this budget process. We are here on August 11th with the delivery of the city manager's proposed budget and the subsequent agenda items, setting public hearings and so forth. I just want to quickly go over the direction that you have provided us each step of the way. So we have built, as shown here on Budget Planning Workshop number 1, we have built the general fund's base budget on the no new revenue tax rate and presented to council how the community benefits from the voter approval tax rate. Specifically, the VATR will afford recurring revenue to support 5 new FTEs in the general fund, as we've explained in past presentations. Now, city staff and the council have worked on and discussed all the items from the budget planning workshop number 2, seeking confirmation on the utility rates. That is the second bullet point right there. And at the third budget planning workshop, again, we continued to work on and have discussions around the items shown on this one, with the first one being one of the questions that I wanted to ensure we received direction from you on. tonight. And with that, I'm just going to introduce this slide. We did correct a number on this slide. So if you had the packet printed for you, the line in the middle of the slide that says FY27 proposed budget right here, the slide said FY26. And then the proposed budget equaled 72 million. That's from last year. So we have updated it. I should have put that in red, but I do want to highlight that right now. We did not change the numbers in any of the buckets. It was just we didn't add up this right here. Oops. So again, the individual buckets that you see there, we didn't change those numbers. Any questions on this slide? So we went from all funds of 72 million in the FY26 budget. In the proposed budget, it's over 77 million, just showing an ongoing increase in our overall budget. If there are no other questions, this is the point I get to hand it off to Anna so that she can continue the presentation.
Mr. Reed, will we be able to ask questions regarding some of the things that you just presented? Also, for instance, like the water rate increase, the presentation that you gave?
Yes.
Can I address that now, or should I wait?
You could address it now, but we also have a portion of the presentation just on the utility fund.
Okay.
And we have those slides in there.
I'll wait.
You wait? Okay.
So we'll move into the tax rate discussion. And you have seen some of these slides before, and this is for the benefit of people watching at home, people in the audience. The Guadalupe County Appraisal District is responsible for the property appraisal of all the property in our county and our city. Preliminary values were sent in April, and certified values were certified on Friday, July 24th. We work with the county tax assessors and collector's office to calculate the required property tax rates. The truth in taxation process is dictated by property tax code and local government code, and the laws are established to make the property tax setting process more transparent. As you're aware, our certified value declined by 4.5% from the prior year, and is also less than the preliminary range provided by the appraisal district in April. The certification is based on the ARB approved totals with an allowance for properties that are still under protest. There were more properties still under protest at this time than at this time last year. And you can see that number on the second line of each of those tables. As you're also aware, an inverse relationship exists between the values and the tax rate. So generally, as values decline, the tax rate goes up in the opposite direction to generate the same tax revenue as the prior year. This is a 10-year history of our net taxable values. And you can see that there was steep growth between 21 and 24. In some of those years, double-digit numbers. And we've stabilized and seen some slight decrease in the last 2 years. But overall, since 2015, our values have doubled. This is the same chart shown by category.
Excuse me, did you say doubled?
Doubled since 2015.
Our tax roll has doubled.
This chart shows the same taxable values, but by category, showing that residential values used to make up 88% of the total, and now are making up 77% of the total, as commercial values are doing the opposite and increasing from a lower percentage, from 7% to 11% this year. And this slide details the changes in value from the prior year. Approximately 140 new single-family residences were added, 240 residential inventory homes, and 10 commercial properties were added to the tax roll this year for a total of 61.1 million, which adds approximately $337,000 of new tax revenue. Despite that new property, overall values decreased in all categories from the prior year. The largest percentage adjustment was in industrial values. A new exemption for commercial personal property also exempted up to $125,000 in income producing personal property, and that's responsible for the reduction in commercial property. As presented on July 30th, the no new revenue tax rate being the same, the tax rate that would generate the same amount of revenue in both years on the same properties is calculated to be 53.53 cents. The voter approval tax rate, which allows a 3.5% increase on the M&O NNR rate, is 55.15 cents. And for reference, every cent on the tax rate is $320,000. Our proposed tax rate is what will be considered by council tonight, and the budget that will be presented is based on the VAR rate of 55.15. We are required to show that impact to the taxpayers. Typically, we've shown that on average homestead values. Those did increase this year by 1.46%. So overall, our new tax rate at 55.15 would basically impact the taxpayer by approximately $125 a year. And you can see the difference at the NNR rate as well. There is also a new state requirement that requires us to show the impact on the median home value. That change from one year to the next was less than 1%, and so the impact is a little less. And this statement was presented, published on our website and published in the agenda packet, and that change or that difference at the VAR rate is $114 annually for a taxpayer at the median home value. As you know, the tax rate is made up of two components: the M&O for maintenance and operations that gets deposited into the general fund, and that's being proposed at 36.7 cents, and the debt service rate, the INS rate, is used to pay principal and interest on bonds, like the bonds we sold tonight, and that is maintained at 18.45 cents. This slide shows the property tax revenue that is calculated in our budget at the VAR rate, and the total tax levy, it would be $19.7 million, budgeted at 98.6% collection rate, or 19.4 in our budget, 12.9 of that being in our general fund and 6.5 in our debt service fund. The bottom line shows what that difference is at the NNR rate. We'll move into the general fund. 81.5% of our revenues come from taxes and franchise fees, the first three categories at the top. Intergovernmental revenue from our interlocal agreements and transfers from other funds make up 15.5%. And other sources of revenue include court fines and fees, animal services revenue, investment income, park and facility rentals, and those make up 3% of our budget. Overall revenues are projected to increase by 5%, assuming the voter approval tax rate is adopted. Looking at our expenses, they are projected to be $26.4 million, which is $574,000 more than revenues. This reduces fund balance from $6.1 million to $5.5 million and is 0.3% over that 25% threshold. Fiscal year 27 expenditures are approximately 5.3% greater than in the 2026 budget, with the majority of the increase attributable to an increase in salaries and benefits. And that increase is a combination of an increase in our health insurance costs as well as the 5 additional positions that we are proposing at the voter approval tax rate. This slide presents the detail of our one-time expenses that are in the budget and also explains the drawdown of fund balance.
But before you move on to this slide, can you go back to the other slide and say, in this 27 budget, you have the projected ending fund balance being,
5.5 million.
yeah. So is this normal? Like, this is not normal for us to be in the projected budget being in a drawdown, right? Or projected being down like this. It's not
We have drawn down fund balance in most years.
in most
by some amount, but only for one-time costs.
Okay. But this particular one, and it's usually like 5 million every year. Is this common? Is this?
No, this is, are you asking if fund balance is 5 million every year? We have always consistently been above the 25% threshold. That threshold has been in the $5 million range for a couple of years.
Okay. Thank you.
We ended the year last year better than we projected we would. And our fund balance at the beginning of fiscal year 26 was a little higher, and so we had some wiggle room in 26. And so our fund balance in 27 is projected to start at 6.1 million and end at 5.5 million.
All right. That helped. Thank you.
Again, we wanted to cover some of the essential increases that are included in this budget, and that was in salaries and benefits was the health insurance cost that was a significant impact to the budget, and some of our interlocal agreements, the EMS services and the Guadalupe Appraisal District, those costs went up as well. Otherwise, we held everybody to a very tight base budget. This is our favorite chart with a dollar bill being split amongst all the departments. And it does consistently show that police and fire or public safety is over 50% of our budget. In this case, 56%. At this time, we have included the 5 additional positions that are being recommended at the VAR rate. We've included them in the administration budget for now, so that they're easier to identify for you on a page in the non-departmental budget as total cost. And then if council does move forward with the voter approval rate, then we'll put those in the correct departments. The debt service fund, that's what Mr. Quiroga was here tonight doing, is selling 2026 certificates of obligation. We had an estimated payment for our first debt payment of $206,000, and it actually ended up after the sale today at closer to $190,000. So we see a little bit of savings there. Funding for the $8.3 million in debt service does come primarily from property taxes, but we also receive funding from the YMCA, the EDC, and the street maintenance sales tax revenue to pay for some of those certificates of obligation. Projected revenue is just under $7.9 million to service the $8.3 million in debt, and ending fund balance remains at 12.6% of our budget. The Development Services Fund, this fund was created in fiscal year 25 to separate development activities from the general fund and show that development pays for itself. And the focus this year has been on optimizing workflows to provide more streamlined services and foster greater collaboration between departments. We recognize that while Cibolo's development growth is steady, it remains sensitive to fluctuations in the economic housing market. This chart reflects annual totals for new home permits, with fiscal year 2025 marking the lowest point in the last 15 years. And we exceeded the prior year level by June of this year. So year to date, we're at 199 permits, which is 10% higher than the prior year for the whole year. This proposed budget is strictly balanced, with projected revenues covering all expected costs. Beyond personnel, cost increases are driven by professional, legal, and engineering services for land development alongside scheduled technology replacements under supplies and equipment. Because this is a relatively new fund, a sufficient reserve balance has not yet accumulated, and there is no formal reserve requirement. We do plan to build adequate reserves to ensure long-term stability. The Water Wastewater Utility Fund. And we are about halfway, we're more than halfway done now. Wildan Financial Services prepared a utility rate study which was presented to City Council in December of last year. And as part of the 3-year plan of rate increases to cover cost of service and growth in our system, fiscal year 27 proposes an increase of 7% to water and 11% to wastewater rates. The impact of those rate adjustments is an 8% increase to the average residential customer. Professional engineering costs will draw down available funds in the Water Wastewater Fund for design of the Bolton Road Lift Station and Force Mains project. And other cost increases include an increase in our contractual obligation to CCMA, or Cibolo Creek Municipal Authority, for our share of their debt issuance for the South Plant expansion, and a 4% increase for annual operating costs in their budget. One-type capital equipment and facility costs funded by the fiscal year 27 budget includes a storage building, an ATV for off-site manhole inspections, and a trailer, as well as the clean water bay that we discussed at the last workshop. Despite the increase in the cost of water passed on from GBRA, which was a 5% increase in raw water costs, and higher insurance costs from CRWA, the overall CRWA budget was actually reduced by approximately $800,000 this year, and that was due to a significant decrease in one-time repair and replacement funds, which allowed us the opportunity to fund our one-time capital costs. This slide presents additional detail on the increased costs to CCMA for the South Plant construction and expansion. They have issued the Series 2025 bonds that you see in the middle row there. And 2026 was the first payment on those. And you see that remaining pretty steady for the later years. Series 2027 is anticipated to be issued by CCMA in early calendar year 2027, and our first debt payment on that will be $1.1 million and doubling to $2.2 million the following year. This is the utility fund summary. In the Water Wastewater Fund, we do anticipate being within 1.5% of our original budget for revenues. We have had a wetter than average year, which is reflected in slightly lower than anticipated water consumption charges, and the water acquisition fee was also eliminated early in calendar year 27, but the reductions were offset by higher than anticipated wastewater charges, and revenues for fiscal year 27 will be positively impacted by the rate adjustments, which are necessary for the infrastructure growth and to cover the increasing cost of service and operations. The proposed budget includes a meter technician in place of the accounting specialist and added a GIS technician position for verifying and maintaining accurate GIS data and utility infrastructure. As indicated in earlier slides, increases in expenses beyond personnel include the first contractual payment on our 2025 series bonds to CCMA, and in fiscal year 27, the new bonds that will be issued. The $2.6 million planned drawdown that you see in the last column above the fund balance represents the one-time costs for the engineering project, the design project for Bolton Road, and the equipment and facility costs. It's not Bolton Road, it's a Bolton Road Force Mains, lift station and Force Mains project. Fund balance remains at 39%, which is sufficient to cover any emergencies or other one-time costs. This is the slide that Mr. Reed was talking about earlier, slide 18 from the utility rate study presentation. And this slide shows the upcoming water and wastewater projects which may be funded by reserve funds that we have, impact fees, and/or future issuance of revenue bonds. And these capital projects significantly impacted the rate study calculations.
Can I
And
ask?
that's 5.3 million in water projects and 6.6 million in wastewater.
Okay, I'd like to ask a question regarding, you just said that those water projects may be funded through reserve funds. So so I noticed that here the water project for the Cibolo South Neighborhood Project is on there, but it's not on our CIP 5-year. It was pulled off. I just, Hagerville Road Extension, it's listed as a water project, but on our 5-year CIP, it's not on there. So if you could just clarify.
We did not include in the 5-year CIP any utility-related projects. So this is a separate, or in addition to those CIP projects that are funded with bond issuance, typically bond issuance or impact fees. This is the utility-funded projects
How
that
can
are
we keep
separately
track of
funded.
this, though, if it's not listed in our CIP, regardless of where it's funded?
And we are working to incorporate all of them. It's not that it's not on our radar. They are on our radar. It's just when we have presented them to council, we have separated out the utility projects so that they don't get intermingled.
I
with the
prefer you
projects
to
that we
keep them
sell bonds.
separate. I think it keeps it cleaner because of the way that you fund them.
The way that we fund them is
But I do
separate.
think that this
Track 'em.
this page that you have, we could call it utility or water
Right.
or something CIP, and create a simple spreadsheet that moves it to that point.
In the past, the CIP document, the 5 years, it were color-coded, and there was a key at the bottom that showed the funding source. And so the color code was for the funding. So it was like future bond issuance was one color,
That would help.
utility fund was another color, but it had a lot more projects. That was one of the things I think we talked about at one of our maybe the last meeting or the one before it, was that the CIP looked very sparse. It was because it only included a very specific funding source. So I agree, I think it should include all of it, but one way that's been done in the past is color coding. It was very helpful to see it all laid out that way.
Right, so we are working to incorporate all that, and also the impact fee study will incorporate additional projects as well.
Okay. And as far as the Cibolo South Neighborhood Project, the water project, what does that entail, Mr. Reed? Because I know it was also listed for future CIP on the 5-year. It was supposed to be some water project drainage with roads, and the road aspect was removed, and now only the water aspect is remaining. So I just want some clarity on, are we doing the water or not doing the roads? How does this work?
And I'll let Safe speak to that, but it is our intention to do both. In the last discussion around this, we said that with the FM 1103 Phase 2 project kicking off, us doing our relocation, TxDOT coming in after the relocation of all utilities, just not the cities, they would begin their improvements to Phase 2. And so what had been represented by Public Works is we'd want to delay the start of the South Cibolo neighborhood project until that FM 1103 project is far enough along or 100% complete. Mr. Al-Haddad, did you want to add anything to that?
No, that's correct. The project right now, it serves drainage and streets, so it's going to have a streets component to redo the street and drainage component to improve the drainage and reduce the ponding that the neighborhood is experiencing every time it rains.
And so by your utility rates, we're able to collect the revenue now over the next 3 years to put aside that $1 million for that water project. So that's what the rates are doing for us. By increasing them incrementally each year, we're producing the revenue that will go into the fund balance in the utility fund and be put towards these projects.
Okay.
And without the increase in the rates, we have to start knocking projects off of this list.
Okay.
Well, that's her point. To her point is like, how do I keep track of what's taking place? And the only way, and what she's saying is the way that it's being communicated to her isn't clear. So either you group the projects into streets and water projects all together, have them as one lump on a CIP, or you color code it as Councilwoman Cunningham said, or you have one for this kind of CIP page and one for that. I don't care. Like, I'm not trying to tell you how to do it. I'm just saying
understand.
they're saying something. They need more
We will.
accountability measure paperwork from you.
What we will do, we'll advance the tracking of them across separate tabs of our CIP projects.
That's perfect.
And I believe someone's trying to say something over there.
This is the comment that we had from the CIP subcommittee when we presented and we went over the CIP project. We presented the CIP project on the 5-year and also the other project that we have from the utility funds. So that the recommendation was add them all into that spreadsheet so we can see all the project that we have, whether it's funded by the COs or funded by utility funds. So when we emailed, when we had the discussion here from the budget workshop, and council requested that we forward the documents we shared with the subcommittee. If you see the PDF with the spreadsheet, it has the 5-year CIP, and then at the bottom it has the color-coded other project, and it's including the funding source. So the documents that you have right now would have the two lists.
So we'll
The one that we
re-forward.
got from our workshop?
We had that discussion in the workshop. We talked about CIP, and
The
then
strategic management workshop, March 28th.
I meant strategic management. I said wrong. My apologies.
yes.
So we're going to re-forward that.
We kind
But
of
here's
forwarded it
the
again.
message I'm
They
hearing.
changed.
Staff can do a better job of putting in front of you on a recurring basis projects, capital improvement projects that are funded through different sources. So our 5-year capital improvement program is the debt funded and supported by your tax rate, your INS tax rate. The utility fund has a separate list of projects that is funded through the utility fund. Through that information that we shared, but that's been months ago, we have a list of those projects, and we need to do a better job of staff of putting that in front of you. So I'll work with staff so that maybe it's something on your agenda once a quarter.
Yeah,
Maybe
or
it's-
at least email like a staff newsletter to the council once a
Yeah.
quarter, right? Maybe with a link to
Okay.
wherever it is on your linky thing.
And we could do a quick presentation to council after the budget season here. Just say, how would you like this communicated to you, and we'll follow direction.
Yeah, just put it on your list of follow-ups. Thank you, Safe. I appreciate that.
I also wanted to ask regarding I'm trying to find it in the executive summary. I read it earlier. The contracted water seemed to have been going down in fiscal year 2026. We had adopted a $6.55 million worth of contracted water, but in fiscal year 2027, it shows $4.75 million. So that's a difference of $1.8 million. So if our contracted water is going down, should we maybe update our rate study per se, because the financial assumptions supporting the increase of rate isn't exactly the same as it was in December? Another thing that changed significantly after December was that we removed the $9 water acquisition fee just as well, and that was something into consideration. I know that the model also assumed the impact fee reserves plus the $5.5 million of new debt, which I'm grateful that that's staying, because then there's no impact there. But there have been some changes, and I just wanted to see how, if we could update that to see if we're actually following the right rate.
The $1.8 million that you're referring to was $800,000 from CRWA, and that reduction was a reduction of one-time costs. I know CRWA is working on some capital projects. They added that to their budget in 2026, and we funded those. All of the participating entities funded those projects in 2026. They are still working on those projects. So in 27, they didn't add new capital projects, but in 28, they may need to add some more one-time repair and replacement funds. So that is something that CRWA, I know, is also working towards making improvements in their infrastructure. And so I don't expect to see more decreases in that area. The $1 million decrease was a line item that we had put in the budget for 2 years, in 25 and 26, for additional water capacity, additional water acquisition, and we did work with a consultant, a water consultant earlier this year, determined that wasn't going to be necessary, and it's why we eliminated the water acquisition fee to consumers, and we were able to reduce that $1 million line item. So we reduced revenue and reduced the expense.
And Mayor and Council, this is why we recommended only a 3-year plan for your rate increases, because the further out we went, the less clear we thought that crystal ball would be. And so it will be in 2020, calendar year 2027, that we will come back and start revisiting these, the utility rates, so that we're on top of it by the time you're going into your FY28 budget.
That's right.
Yeah, because there's a lot of regional infrastructure needs that we're all going to end up bearing the burden for.
Right.
the
CCMA,
cost.
for example, will have clarity on what the expansion to the CCMA South plant will be. And that, again, is listed up here as something that is not in the 3-year plan. So,
Thank you.
And what we just discussed is reevaluating that, the rate study in 2027, 28, and that is recommendation from the rate study, is to reevaluate it in 3 years' time instead of going with a 5-year plan, because we do anticipate changes with our additional capacity, our wastewater capacity to the south, and development that's occurring in that area. Things will change.
Did you just say that, how often will it be reevaluated? For
This
the
plan
3-year
takes us through 2028, a 3-year rate increase, so we want to reevaluate it so that we can do fiscal year 29 and beyond. So we'll want to reevaluate it in 28.
So even when assumptions change, I believe the presentation itself, it states that the plan should be reviewed annually due to potential changes in operations and CIP. Are we not considering reevaluating it when those things, the assumptions change?
With significant changes, we'll ask Wildan to update. We can ask Wildan to update it sooner than that.
And just for clarity, can you define significant? Significant changes? What would that
we know we're
entail?
going to, we know that CCMA is going to develop the south side, the south plant. They will
I'm just
issue-
talking about water, not the wastewater.
so on the water side, if you go back to the projects, if council said we do not want to proceed with the Hakerville Road extension, that's a significant departure from our capital improvement plan within the utility fund. That would be a cause to ask Wildan to come back in within the 3 years and say, can we reduce the annual year-over-year increases? Or pick the South Cibolo neighborhood project. Of course, we're already proceeding with the FM 1103 Phase 2, right? So our utility rate increases are helping us cover the cost of that project there. So I hope I'm answering your question.
Yes.
To me, that would be a major deviation.
Yes, and would reserves also be a significant change if they went down by like $1 million?
So it could be, yes, it could be. So we will
Yes,
get
and I'm
Wildan.
referring to the, what we were considering
Mm-hmm.
reserves, the water acquisition fee, and we're no longer, and that was actually projected within the model to
Mm-hmm.
determine these rates just as well.
Anna, we'll go ahead and get Dan Jackson from Wildan to take a look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
can,
We
because I
will.
think that was occurring at the same time we were doing this
It was
study, so-
afterward, I think the water consultant came in, and then it was, I think, maybe late January, maybe early February when that was eliminated. And I know that this particular rate plan, it was factored in, so just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
This slide does show the impact for the following 2 years on our rates. With a 7% on water in fiscal year 27 and 2% on water in fiscal year 28. So the impact is lesser on water in the following year. Maintaining 11% rate increases in wastewater due to that expansion. The impact to the average customer that uses 8,000 gallons of water and has a winter average of 6,000 gallons would be impacted by $9.37 on their water wastewater bill, which is 8.4%. The drainage utility district. This is something that City Council has heard a presentation on July 14th, a good, better, best scenario. And City Council supported a better service level. So we're proposing an increase of $1.75 to expand service with a foreman and 3 additional maintenance workers. This budget also includes a drawdown of fund balance for capital equipment of $202,000 and 25% funding for the wash bay to meet TCEQ requirements, which is $205,000.
Ms. Miranda, I thought that whenever this came up, that it also included some equipment that the drainage was asking for. But the only thing that's up there is the vacuum truck. Am I not remembering correctly?
They did request additional capital that would be funded in later years, but it was not something that.
Because it said that that there was $100,000 that would be provided each year for them to get this additional equipment that they needed. But yet we're not showing that they're receiving anything other than the vacuum truck. So, I mean, are we not going to be getting our public works, streets and all that stuff, drainage, everything like was discussed previously based on the budget that y'all are trying to project right now? Because, I mean, I'm remembering that this
Are you talking about the
more.
drainage specifically or all public works departments?
Drainage specifically right now, but just public works in general then. Because, I mean, on that presentation, the best, which we all said, let's go to the $1.75 so that way they can get their employees that they need and they can get the equipment that is being requested, but yet, you know, it doesn't appear that we're including anything other than their 3 people that they're looking for in that vacuum truck and the 25% that goes towards the wash bay.
Yes, we did ask them to prioritize their equipment needs to get the vacuum excavator this year as the highest priority. And then next year, we would address the next highest priority.
That's fine.
So to be able to fund it annually.
Yeah, thank you.
And then, here, Ms. Miranda, if you want to look at that. In the FY '27 proposed budget for the drainage fund, with the increased fees that we will be charging, the budget has increased capital outlay from the mid 200,000s to 424,000. So there is an increase in that budget line item, and that's not an equal 100,000, but you can see money has been put in the drainage utility district, which if Mr. Al-Haddad wants to speak to it, it will afford them the revenue to purchase other equipment. I think we're highlighting a large equipment purchase here.
We're highlighting the larger equipment that's anything that's over $10,000 is included in here. So if they had small equipment, that is generally funded every year in their budget. But larger equipment is going to be a slower process. And so there are a couple of things that we could do, and I'll talk this over with the director, because we can choose to buy a few items of equipment and lease finance it. We can, so that our payment is $200,000 a year on over 5 years on $800,000 worth of equipment. Or if Mr. Al-Haddad thinks it's more reasonable to just purchase this vacuum excavator this year and then purchase the additional equipment the following year, that's what we'll do. Yeah. And there will be capacity to be able to fund with the rate, there will be a capacity to fund additional equipment every year. I did want to add that ending fund balance represents 28.7% of recurring revenues. The Economic Development Corporation. It's funded by a 1/4 cent sales tax. This sales tax growth has averaged in the double digits for the last, if you look at a period of the last 10 or 15 years. But we are projecting more conservatively. The last few years have been single digits, 6 and 7%, and so we are projecting a lesser increase this year to be conservative. And then for fiscal year 28 through 32, we did have a 5-year model for the Economic Development Corporation, and we're projecting 5% growth to be conservative. This shows the sales tax history for the city in total, not just for the EDC fund. For fiscal year 27, we are proposing moving salaries from the general fund into the Economic Development Corporation and adding a third position for marketing and administrative, a third position titled Marketing and Administrative Assistant. The EDC has maintained grant funds at $200,000 for EDGE grant opportunities, and they're proposing one-time costs in their fiscal year 27 budget for website redesign for $40,000, and under our agreement with Green Valley Special Utility District, $600,000 contribution towards Bolton Road infrastructure extension. The EDC also supports and pays for debt, the debt issued for the Multi-Event Center in 2008. Those payments will end in 2030. And the EDC issued debt in 2021 for land acquisition along FM 78. $425,000 remains in fund balance in that fund. The EDC fund, excluding the capital proceeds from bond issuance, is anticipated to maintain a healthy fund balance despite one-time costs and debt payments. And a 5-year forecast showed continued growth in fund balance while supporting staffing levels and continued investments in the local community. This is a 5-year forecast, assuming 5% growth in sales tax, 5% inflationary increases, and assuming $200,000 consistently in the EDGE grants. And you can see where payments for debt service fall off in 2031, and transfers to the general fund go from $132,000 to $20,000. You can also see fund balance go back up from 2.9 million in 2028 forecast to 3.9 million, almost 4 million in fiscal year 32. And this is a visual representation of that. So even though we're drawing down the fund balance in 27, we expect that to go right back up to the same level. For special revenue funds, this is the special revenue funds that are in your proposed budget, totaling $3.8 million in revenues, $12.3 million in expenses. The majority of that expense is related to Tully Road through impact fee funding. At the end of fiscal year 27, we still anticipate having 16.3 available in all of these funds. We're going to highlight some of them tonight, and that's the Child Safety Fees Fund. One of the questions that you have that we're asking for your feedback on is the service agreement with Guadalupe County Children's Advocacy Center, and whether or not council wants to commit $5,000 to that or a different amount. Fund balance is anticipated to be $73,000 as of the end of fiscal year 27, after funding 50% of our crossing guard program and a $5,000 service agreement with GCCAC.
So you want a direction now?
You don't have to give direction now. You can wait till the end.
Is everybody okay to give their direction now so we can move forward on this? So is everybody okay with giving the GCAC $5,000? Mr. McLaughlin?
Aye.
All right, there is your direction.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
The Street Maintenance Fund. Again, we're going to have an election in November of this year to reauthorize the street maintenance sales tax at a 1/4 cent for sales tax. In fiscal year 27, we anticipate sales tax revenues to be $1.5 million. We are also using these revenues to fund our payments on the 2020 certificates of obligation. That payment is $949,000 for fiscal year 27, increasing to $1.1 million in fiscal year 29 and 30. This leaves adequate funding for street maintenance of $750,000 annually. And with 5% growth in our sales tax, after that debt has been paid off, we will be able to increase street maintenance funding to $1.5 million. Our transportation, drainage, wastewater impact fees will be funding our Tolly Road projects, and there is $7.7 million worth of funds committed to that project from impact fees. There is an impact fee study underway, and I believe it's been published on our website or will be shortly, and coming to council in the next few months. The Cibolo Public Facility Corporation, this was highlighted at our last.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can you go back one slide? See where it says the $650K available after commitments? What does that mean?
It means that there's $1.3 million in the fund today, but we do have a commitment to the trail systems of $650,000 under a grant that we had. And so I wanted to put the amount that's available after the commitments.
That's a lot of numbers and things, so thank you
It
for
is a lot of
clarifying.
numbers.
Thank you.
The Cibolo Public Facility Corporation, or the PFC, we are working on the community center phase 2, and I know that is something that council took a tour on a couple of weeks ago and heard from the architect and the project manager.
Who is the
on
architect for that? Do you know?
Quorum Architect.
See?
Is Quorum Architects consult, and they're also working on the
Animal Services Facility.
Thank you.
So we did increase the fiscal year 26 budget to be able to commit to phase 2 of that project. Fund balance is anticipated to be almost $2 million at the end of fiscal year 27. And so we go back to the council feedback and direction slide. You have answered the last bullet point here. And so going back to the first one, does council want to authorize the city manager to initiate recruitment of any of the positions supported in the general fund, the EDC fund, the drainage utility district, or the water wastewater fund ahead of October 1st? Knowing that hire dates will be no earlier than Monday, October 5th.
Okay. So you're talking, does council want to authorize the city manager to initiate the recruitment of the positions, that the 5 positions out of the general fund?
Well, and also there were a few more positions on that list.
There
that
was one
handed out.
EDC fund.
1 in the EDC fund, 4 in the drainage utility fund, and 2 in the water wastewater fund. And not all 5 in the general fund were proposed to have an October start date. I believe there are 2 that are proposed to have an October start date. And I think the recruitment process generally takes 4 to 6 weeks, and I think that's why Mr. Reed was, if we want to get somebody in by October 5th, we'd want to start advertising 4 weeks sooner.
Okay.
But that's entirely up to council because the positions don't exist until October 1st.
So you're saying that these funds, if we authorize them to do this tonight, then it would be setting the VATR into place. It would be assuring a VATR, right? Because you wouldn't be able to do the general fund ones?
If you choose that on the general fund.
So not Exactly. So the city staff, the department heads with the positions, let's say you say, please proceed with these positions. Let me pick on the Drainage Utility District Fund. You all said, let's go with the better version, and that increases the fee, but it produces enough revenue to cover 4 positions. If you request or you give direction tonight to begin the advertisement for that, those positions have job descriptions that are already created and would be easy to put out for advertisement. So that advertisement may start this week or early next week. They are out for roughly 30 days. And then we look at applicants. In 30 days, before we close that recruitment, you will have adopted a budget on September 8th. We will not have interviewed anybody or made an offer to anybody, but the 30-day period would be close to being finished. So you're not committed, to answer your question, to the VATR. I'm just asking for your pulse tonight. If you want us to begin recruitment,
Well,
I want your direction to me, because otherwise, as your city manager, I do not solicit or allow HR to begin recruitment until the beginning of the fiscal year.
correct, but if
Okay.
I look at the issue, the job descriptions that you have in the general fund with the funding source of SCUCISD, you have another school resource officer that's going to go there. I thought we weren't going to do any more resource officers because of the concern that they might potentially shortly go into their own department, and then we would end up with either having to pay unemployment if they didn't hire our people. So what, are we really looking to hire another school resource officer? Because we need a patrol officer.
Excuse me, Mayor. I think Chief is confused about that. It was listed here, Chief, on the FTEs. Do you have a copy of this, Chief?
No, I don't.
So we were truing up
Yeah.
the SRO program. Last year, the school district authorized 10 positions.
We were told at our workshop, at the budget workshop, at one of the workshops where all the people were pasted onto the walls. We were told no, that we weren't going to do that because we weren't going to expand that program because of the risk that it did to the officer, his retirement, and our obligation to pay unemployment if he gets laid off.
So, Mayor, I think that in the program, right, there's 10 officers. Obviously, I know when we true up and the agreement for the positions is for 10 officers that they fund. My commitment to mayor and council was that we not hire those 2 positions. So I don't know how it's going to reflect in the budget, but those 2 vacancies we would hold. Right?
Okay, so I want to make that abundantly clear that it is not the SRO, because I remember you distinctly telling us that. You were very clear about it. I appreciated your honesty, your reasons, and your protection of those officers. So I was concerned why that's there.
No, and I think, Mayor, I just want to clarify those 10 positions, because SCUC funds us for those 10, right? We wouldn't add any additional officers. We told that to our partners at SCUC ISD because we don't want to be put in a position should they decide to change course and we're having to find jobs. But so yes, the funding that they have for 10 positions would exist and Anna would budget for, but we wouldn't add those officers, and we've already told them those positions would remain vacant until we can get more firm up on their commitment, whether or not they're going to continue or decide to move forward with their own police department.
So on this, you're going to remove the SCUC, the school resource officer, out of the general fund now, correct? Because he said he's not going to hire anymore. He's got 7, I believe is what you said.
Yeah, I guess, Mayor, for just clarity's sake, I don't, if council support is, I don't say that we move it because they're still funding 10 positions. I just said with them, we wouldn't hire them. So we're funded for 10, but we would only keep 8 under the program.
They just cut all their librarians. I mean, they just cut, I mean, it's risky sauce business.
No, and I would agree with you, but what we've gotten back from them with this fiscal year was that they were committed to the 10 positions, and it would be funded for 10 officers. But we've already made our decision, unless council wants to discuss anything else, that we would hold those vacancies. So yes, the funding exists, we're just not gonna fill them.
So why,
So-
then, Mr. Reed and Anna, why does it say one school resource officer, October?
That's from a budget perspective. Like Mr. Andres was saying, to be honest, I wasn't.
It's fine, I just want us to all scratch that off.
Yes.
Well, we
And
budget.
if the council so is
We're-
moved to support your positions, that is not one of them.
Yeah, the direction is, the position remains because of the SRO ILA, but the chief has communicated, articulated very well tonight. We will not be hiring that position. So you can scratch it off your list. Per the ILA, it's loaded in the budget. If we were to have that SRO, they would be paying us for it. The chief already said what he's doing. Council, at least you, Mayor, said that's exactly what I remember. That's what our actions will reflect.
Yeah, and I just want to make it clear, because I'm not going to lie, there's a lot of paperwork on here. That's why we have to work together as a team and read all the paperwork, because we're never going to catch it all. But that is, okay, so then that would be this, so this is what I think we need to do it in each section, okay? Because each section is a different funding source. I'm sorry, council, if this hurts your brain, but I want to make it as specific as possible. So the first 2, 3, 4, 5 positions are the 2 firefighters, the 1 patrol officer, the 1 public safety IT administrator, and the 1 senior program, like senior center person program, special events administrator, are all going to be out of the general fund, and they would be at the VATR. So do you want to authorize the city manager to initiate recruitment of those positions? The 2 firefighters, the 1 patrol officer, the 1 public safety IT administrator, and the senior program special events administrator. We'll start with Mr. McLaughlin, Councilman McLaughlin.
And it would just be the 2 firefighters who are.
I remember you had it scaled out by date. So I'm going to go through the general fund, and then the wastewater fund, and then the drainage fund, and then that way it's very clear to the public, we said this at this moment. So if you're inclined, he wants to get a pulse of if we're inclined to move forward. So for the general fund, this moving forward would be, you'd have to be at the VATR, but he wants to get a pulse, and I think that's fair for him to ask. If you don't want to vote, just say I'm not commenting.
And Mayor, can I clarify? In the general fund, with this conversation, we're really seeking your direction on the 2 firefighters. They're the only ones shown that we would begin employment in October, because we've already talked about the SRO. The other positions, which start later in the year, I don't need to start recruiting for them before October. So I'm sorry.
I get that.
Okay.
But I mean, holistically, you said you wanted a pulse. I
Yes,
know
ma'am.
the specifics of the October date, but I thought you wanted a pulse for where we are on whether or not they were going to.
Yes, for positions that are reflected to be for the full FY27 year. I'm sorry if I was not making that clear. So here's what I'm trying to say. There are positions on this sheet that show, if you look on the far right, it says proposed start date. If it says October,
Okay, I
We've-
see what you're talking about.
we've loaded the
So in the
budget.
general fund, okay, I see why you're trying to do it. It's
Yes,
weird
ma'am.
to me. I wouldn't have chosen to do it that way, but if it makes you happy, it makes me happy. Let's go. So it would be 2 firefighters.
that's it.
No, 1 from the general fund, correct.
Mm-hmm.
It would be the 2 firefighters from the general fund. Are you so inclined to do so? Yes? Everybody's a yes, okay. In the water wastewater, we have 2, 1 meter technician, 1 GIS technician. Are you guys so inclined? Okay. Foreman for the drainage utility fund and 3 maintenance workers. Okay, that's pretty, and the marketing and administrative assistant, out of EDC. All right, there you have your direction.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Pulse on the whole, I thought you wanted a pulse on the whole thing.
I apologize for me creating that confusion.
Then the second bullet point is discussing the utility rate increases year 2 of a 3-year plan. Year 2 is a 7% water rate increase and 11% wastewater rate increase. Year 3 does not have to be decided on.
Are you asking if they want to follow the plan that was adopted 2 years ago? Or
Adopted last December.
last year, December? And you're looking for what? An action agreement?
A confirmation that
Okay.
you do want to propose
All
a
right.
7% and
If-
11% rate.
So what do you, council, confirm to stick with the decision for the utility rate increases from the 3-year plan on slides 43 and 44? General consensus?
I am not in agreement with the water rates. The water rate, I feel that since for a while, over a year, we paid $9 a month. You're asking on average for us to pay an additional $5. I feel we've already paid into it. You have the money in the water fund. I feel like coming to ask for more money, I honestly, I feel that residents have already paid it. So as far as the water rate, I do not agree with the fee increase of 7%. I completely understand the wastewater rates. We're taking on debt. We have to pay that. I completely understand the drainage just as well because of the FTs we have to add, but not for the water rate.
And Mayor and Council, just so you know, Mrs. Sanchez-Stevens, I already sent Dan Jackson an email explaining the discussion that's occurred here tonight, asking for some of his time to talk with Anna and I so that we can clarify our ask of him. Because this is not a plan overview, right? He's not going to scrub the entire plan. He's going to look very specifically at the 3-year plan for water. I'd like to have a verbal update on August 25th so that we can provide you more clarity around the water rates.
Okay.
Okay? So we'll move very quickly on this if Dan has
Yeah.
the ability.
Okay, so
Yeah,
do you all want
we
to
can
pause
pause.
this?
Pause until the 25th.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I think a sufficient number of folks feel that way. All right, and then we already did the rest, so that's good. We got through your slide, Miss.
Can I ask
Miranda.
a question, though? Ms. Miranda, I think I missed the one where the slide that you went. Did you go over the non-departmental fund? Probably not. I have a question on the non-departmental fund in part of the budget where it says salary savings for fiscal year 26 adopted budget, 567,000. And then it says fiscal year 27 proposed budget, 675,000. Can you explain what that is? It's a substantial amount of money, and it says salary savings, but then it's in parentheses, and I'm just wondering, are we holding aside funds for salaries? Are these for vacancies?
Yes, it is vacancy savings.
Vacancy savings?
Vacancy
Okay.
savings that we anticipate. So we generally budget 3 to 4% in vacancy savings. And we also, if you recall, we talked about how we budget 100% for health insurance costs, but not all of our employees take our health insurance. Some of them waive it. And so there is some savings in that as well. And so we know there's going to be some savings in salaries and benefits from vacancies and from people waiving our
So are you expecting that there will be that many vacancies that the salary savings will go up?
From 550 to 675, yes.
Okay, because I know that we had a substantial amount of vacancies in our law enforcement, but that has been taken care of. I would have expected that to have gone down because it seems a pretty aggressive assumption relative to the most recent audited year.
When we calculated fiscal year 26 salaries, we did generate more than the 550,000 in salary savings, together with the insurance savings that we had. And so we don't feel like it's too liberal or too, it's still conservative enough, is what we are. Is what we're
Okay, yeah, the way it just looks, it looks like there's a lot of money set aside right there, and understanding the different positions that we're needing. I wanted to clarify why
And
that was.
There's additional positions being budgeted, and so that 4% is a little bit higher than this year than last year.
Okay.
Because of costs have increased.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions on, I know you've had not a lot of time to look at the budget document on the line items that were printed for your budget book, but are there any other questions that you have flagged in the budget book?
I will have some things that I'll have questions about. I know last year, the year before, I'd sent a list via
Mhm.
email. Is that preferable?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
When did you give the book out?
Friday.
And I didn't receive a copy of the book.
I believe it went by email.
What do you, oh, that should have been mine? Oh, because I was like, I came and picked up all my stuff out of my box.
We, yeah,
Sorry about that. We placed them at the dais on
We-
Friday, and I think
Sent an email.
and sent an email
Yeah,
out on
yeah.
Friday. So I also have the next item on the agenda, and the next item. So, if are there any other questions on the budget book or the presentation tonight?
We just got it, so I haven't been able to really formulate a lot of questions. Anybody else have any questions on the budget book?
We'll place an item on the agenda for August 25th to get council's feedback, any additional feedback or questions. And we anticipate your emails too, if you have any questions.
Okay.
And then I have the next item on the agenda.
Discussion action to set the date for the public hearing on the fiscal year 2027 proposed budget. Ms. Miranda.
So section 7.05 of our city charter requires that city council set a date when the budget is submitted, that they set the date and time of the public hearing on the budget. We recommend September 8th at 6:30 p.m. And the motion would just be to set that date. There is a sample language for the motion if September 8th meets with your approval.
Move to set September 8, 2026 at 6:30 PM as the date and time of the public hearing on the budget.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. September 8th, at what time did they say? 6:30?
Thank you. We'll get that posted in the newspaper. And then the next item is very similar.
Discussion action to set the maximum tax rate and set the date for the public hearing on the tax rate and subsequent adoption of the proposed 2026 FY27 property tax rate. Ms. Miranda.
So council feedback from the last meeting was to set the maximum tax rate at the voter approval rate, and we have presented a budget document based on that rate. Because it does exceed the lower of the NNR or the voter approval tax rate, we are required to take a record vote and publish required notices and set a schedule and set a public hearing on the tax rate.
And you want them to do that tonight? I thought they had to do that on the 25th.
This is just to say that this is the maximum we will go up to at that meeting when we adopt the budget.
Okay, I see. Okay.
Yeah, we cannot go higher than that.
Okay.
It's,
right.
this is the maximum that we can even discuss
For
going to. We
like-
can go lower.
Okay.
Right.
Like
It
a
does
discussion.
require a
Yes.
roll call vote.
I know, but
And indicating any absences. We don't have any absences tonight. And
okay. So
and again, like Ms. Cunningham
Do I
said,
have a
we
motion?
do not have to adopt this tax rate.
we need a motion, right?
I move to set a maximum 2026 tax rate of 0.5515 and set a public hearing for September 8th, 2026 at 6:30 PM in council chambers.
Second that.
I have a motion and a second. Councilman,
Aye.
Council,
Aye.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you very much.
Discussion from council members that have attended seminars, events, or meetings. Did it, the motion passed all 7-0. Thank you, Anna. That was great. That was a lot of information and yeah, I mean, wow, it's crazy. Discussion? 11I. Discussion from council members that have attended seminars, events, or meetings. Mr. McLaughlin.
As Mr. Hernandez stated earlier, my daughter and I went to Splash Bash. My daughter volunteered. I walked around and pretended that I was supervising her, but shout out to the Public Works and the Parks team for at least giving her something to do, and to Mr. Huggins for making his pitch for Youth Council for her, so I appreciate that. Thanks, sir.
Went this morning to the Google Fiber. Welcome to town. It should be a great thing for the city of Cibolo and for our citizens.
Awesome. I went to a PACTOR meeting in City of San Antonio about data centers to get some more information to be able to make sure I have right questions and things to ask when we have our town hall next week.
I also went to the Splash Bash. Thank you, Mr. Huggins, for holding down the youth council table. We showed up late, and he had it all ready to go and took care of it for the Splash Bash. Thanks to the fire department, within 5 seconds of getting there, they turned the hose and got us completely soaked. And I wasn't even on the field. But that was nice because I forgot that I had a stain on my shirt, so it covered that up. It was great. Very convenient. Went to the Google Fiber groundbreaking this morning. We had an animal advisory last Monday. Those meetings are very short, but Jeanette did give us an update on it. She also brought a really, really cute little bitty tiny kitten and then a service dog. And the dog was very protective of the kitten. It was adorable. We had the youth council retreat on Saturday. We had a lot of the youth who had applied to be on youth council show up. It was really great. They got to know each other. You could kind of see how they started off shy and then kind of broke down those barriers, where usually in the past couple of years it's taken them 2 or 3 meetings to get to know each other enough to feel comfortable to really like do group conversation. I think that this was really productive, and at minimum breaking down those barriers and helping them feel more comfortable where they could start working together on ideas and projects and things like that. And then we had the budget workshop last week that all of us went to.
Earlier last week, we went to a SAMA manufacturing lunch in New Braunfels, where our very own Clancy Harden was one of the panelists and spoke about the economic growth in our area. I have attended several ribbon cuttings, the Hog Wild event with our attorney's firm, and the Google Fiber ribbon cutting, which was very nice, as well as many other meetings about resident issues.
Mayor, you forgot to mention the Hog Wild seminar. Oh, you did? Oh, then thank you. Yes.
I said attorney thing.
Oh,
That's
the
why.
attorney thing. Okay, so yeah, some of us went to the Hog Wild workshop. It was an all-day event, and which Donetta got to speak on a panel, council panel. So that was great to see, elected officials coming in from different cities and getting together. Also, Youth Council with Ms. Cunningham and with Ms. Brown, and also attended the Google Fiber groundbreaking today, and that was well attended by our chamber.
Go ahead.
Sorry. So I actually attended a TML advocacy boot camp. It was their first annual boot camp, or the first one that they were attempting, and it spoke a lot in regards to some of the upcoming bills and stuff that are looking at going to be in the House and the Senate for Texas. And it was really kind of interesting, even being a government graduate, it explained how a bill becomes a law and all this other stuff. It was really interesting. And I do have the paperwork that I'm going to provide to Valerie so she can forward it to everybody. Then, of course, we had the budget workshop. Went to Hog Wild. It was kind of exciting to be able to get up there and talk about Cibolo and, you know, how we all try to work together. And then CRWA, we had our monthly meeting yesterday. I did provide the full packet to Valerie so she can forward it out to everybody. It does have the budget that we did approve yesterday for CRWA, so you can also see where the numbers come from as to the water rates and whatnot that Ms. Miranda was speaking to. And then yesterday I also did a TML, Texas Cities in 2027 legislative session. And one of the interesting things that I took away from that as well was they had a small discussion about data centers, and there was something that they mentioned that was also mentioned at the Hog Wild, is that the younger demographic, being the like kids 17, 18, 19, they're more against data centers than the older people, and I found that very interesting. So I'm trying to figure out more information in regards to that because I would like to really know how that kind of plays out. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I attended the budget workshop with everyone else. The retreat for the youth, it was great this past week. The week prior, I went to the newly elected officials orientation with TML, and it was really informative. Met with a few residents about data centers, prompted me to ask for some flyers and things like that to give out as I go around. So I appreciate that city staff for getting that for me. A few luncheons, ribbon cuttings, all that stuff that I'm normally at, and some subcommittee work that will flow into tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. sharp.
Okay, moving on to 11J, discussion on items the city council would like to see on future agendas. I would like to place the board member for CVLGC on the next agenda. And I will be bringing an applicant, and you are welcome to bring yours as well, evidently.
I would like to have an update on Coy Lane connecting to Green Valley Road. I know I had asked via email for an update on that, but I just want to see if anyone's reached out to the developer. We approved that 8 months ago or so, if not longer. So I just want to see when the anticipated opening date is. There was another wreck on 1103 last week that closed down 1103 in Coy. Nobody could get home. I had a hard time getting home. I'm just concerned that with the flooding, with everything else, we need to have a way for those residents to get in and out. That was something that was very much looked forward to.
It's not even yet.
They've done some dirt work. I've driven over there, but I just want to know, like, what is their anticipated time frame? Because sometimes you go from dirt to road really quickly,
Yes.
and sometimes they just trick you with it. So if we could have some kind of anticipated thing, I know they're in the ETJ.
Yeah, and
But-
it's the same engineer who I've been working with to get responses from Cibolo Farms, and that engineer has been responsive when I've asked for things, so I'll send that email tonight.
Perfect.
And
Great.
I'll send the response to council as soon as I get it. Thank you.
And I know there was a speaker during Citizens to be Heard about field rental, and that's something that we've had on our agenda, I feel like every year. So I don't know if that's already planned to come back to us with a proposal, but if we could have something on that. And if it's not appropriate to go on an agenda, if there's just some work that can be done on getting that worked out, that'd be great.
May I respond to that, Mrs. Cunningham? So there were emails between Public Works and the CMO earlier today, anticipating some comments tonight. And my current understanding is part of the field rental requests versus what's being made available is the experience the city had when the field was overused. And for those of you who remember, it was almost a dirt field. Mr. McLaughlin has a daughter who was playing on it, and then we prohibited use of the field, and the grass grew back, and we fixed the irrigation. So based upon all the emails, I think a short presentation to council about the current use, who's reserving it, who's asking for it, might be a good presentation, and we'll get that on the upcoming council agenda.
Well, you already have a schedule of how it can be reserved and all of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And anybody else?
Yes, if we could add on the agenda discussion, or maybe it doesn't have to be a whole lot of discussion, but Mr. Reed, if we could maybe possibly get some assistance with the social media on advertising interviews for our boards and commissions. Right now, we're going to be holding some interviews, but I feel we could probably open this up and pause what we're doing, keep those applications that we had for a while, and then open it up on social media. And I believe it was our Board of Adjustments and one more on Parks and then Historic Committee. So if we could, I don't know if we need to put that on the agenda or if we could just get that out there right now. And usually in the odd numbered months is where we should be advertising it so that we can then make the interviews at the first of the even numbered month and then make the recommendation at the last meeting of the even numbered month.
So I'm hearing the request is to promote the vacancies in our boards and commissions via social media. We could also post it on the website. And if that's all you're asking, we'll just get that done.
Yes, so if maybe Valerie, if you can get together with, I think maybe it might be Jeanette, right? And let her know how many of those vacancies there are. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Do we need to bring it back to tell council? Are you sure before you answer that?
I think we're good,
We're
right?
good. In fact, when Valerie works with Jeanette, we'll send a quick email. I'll ask Valerie here if she'll send a quick email to council saying, we promoted it on social media. Here it is. You all follow the city, so you'll see it on your social media feed on Facebook, and when we put it on the website as well. So we'll update council.
Okay, can I move on? 11K, discussion action on the review and confirmation of all upcoming special meetings and workshops and scheduling the time, date, and place of the additional special meetings. So to recap, that would be the 11th.
We've covered most of them
Yes,
already earlier in the
we've
night.
covered the special
data
meeting on
center
Monday, September 8th. September 8th, August 17th, my apologies. August 17th at 6:30 at Steele High School. September 8th at 6:30 here in council chambers. Any others? Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any, the training, Mr. Reed, the training for the the Comprehensive Settlement Agreement and our water and sewer positions?
Correct. This past week, Dan Santee, myself, Safe, Brian, I might be missing somebody. Oh, Clint Ellis from CCMA. We met to discuss the training on the wastewater. We have another meeting coming up on the training of our water. And so this is us formulating the training material for an upcoming training workshop. So we're working on it.
We have a meeting for CDLGC in September. I expect it to be going to a joint council shortly after that.
So we should set a special meeting for the first meeting in
I mean,
September.
I just want you to get council trained
Yeah.
in as quickly as you should. I mean, I know your plate's full, but I just don't know how else to do it.
Yep.
So, all
First
right.
meeting in September, we'll do a workshop.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, guys. Any discussion? Okay, 12, guys, 12, adjournment. Thank you.